Segundo, calling to order the El Segundo City Council meeting. And we are going to, let's see here, we've got the invocation. Is Pastor Chris Stewart of the Bridge here? I don't see him yet. Mrs. Weaver, so we might need a invocation. And then after the invocation, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance led by our very own council member, Drew, followed by a couple special presentations. So let's see here. Madam Clerk, if you could please do roll call.
Councilmember Giroux.
Here.
Councilmember Nickel.
Here.
Councilmember Perstock. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Here.
Mayor Boyles.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to, if we could all please rise, we'll have the invocation read by our city clerk, followed by Councilmember Giroux with the Pledge of Allegiance. Yes, let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll wait for the city clerk to get back for the invocation. Yeah, you want to lead it? Is there a member of the public that would like to lead our invocation? Okay. Yes. Robert Seedles, El Segundo employee. If we could all please stand again. Thank you.
Very good. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. Thank you, Lord, for this wonderful town, for this wonderful council we have. We pray for them, and we pray for this whole town. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen.
Thank you, Mr. Seedle. Much appreciated. Mrs. Weaver, you're off the hook if you're hearing this right now. Okay, we're really fortunate to have a couple special presentations. First off, we have our new to us anyway. She's been a supervisor for quite some time in the LA County Board of Supervisors, but she's new to us with redistricting. We're very fortunate to have the Honorable Supervisor Holly Mitchell on the line. So we're going to turn it over to Supervisor Mitchell, and then we might have a couple comments or questions for you as well. Hello, you're up. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor Boyles and council members. Thank you very much. Actually, you know, I'm the new kid on the block of the Board of Supervisors. I was served in the state legislature for well over a decade, both the Assembly and the Senate, but I just joined the board in 2020. So pleased to chair the board this year. And experienced a lot of change in my first couple of years, which included redistricting. So it gives me great pride to represent the great city of El Segundo. What we did, you know, you can only imagine the challenge of onboarding into a position like this in the middle of COVID. And so what we did was reached out to the cities who we had the privilege of representing, because so many of you were meeting virtually, just to ask you for a little piece of your time on your agenda to have the opportunity to introduce myself. Want to have open communication, make sure you know the name of my staff assigned to your municipality. So after redistricting, we picked up several additional cities, we started the process all over again, and very glad that you've allowed me some time this evening. I invite all of the members of the public who are watching and they're present today to please take a look at my county website, mitchell.lacounty.gov. We spend a great deal of time working very hard to update the website so people know the priorities of Supervisorial District 2, the kinds of projects we're working on. And most importantly, from my perspective, as a former staffer to an elected official, we have an entire page that gives you a picture, email address, cell phone for all of my team members on my staff, and the policy areas and the geographic areas that they represent in the 2nd Supervisorial District. So if you have a question about housing, the environment, health, mental health, you can find which policy deputy and which constituent services deputy represents the geographic area or that policy area, so you know who to reach out to directly. Specifically, you'll be pleased to know that Jesselyn Waldron is my constituent services person who's assigned to the city of El Segundo. So you will see her representing me at local events in El Segundo and making sure that you all stay connected to me. Very quickly, I know that we share a concern about a couple of public policy issues that are really impacting every corner, every municipality, every unincorporated community in the county, and that is homelessness. And so I want you to know it has been the issue that I hit the ground running on when I first assumed office. Have had several motions to really figure out and create efficiencies in terms of how the county is responding. In January, I offered a motion that directed the CEO to establish a county-wide RV encampment program. That's something the county had not done. Various municipalities within the county had policies, but the county didn't. We did that in January, passed a motion just this past July that my colleagues in the board supported that increased Department of Public Works funding to the tune of $5 million that goes towards community cleanup. You know, our initial encampment program was asking the county to prioritize hotspots, areas where we have increased violence, areas where there are RV encampments close to schools. We wanted to prioritize those areas to direct resources and make sure the county is partnering with community-based organizations to do literally the door-to-door outreach, to do all that we can to provide other alternative housing solutions to those who are residing in the encampments. So I'm pleased with the progress we've made so far. It's not enough. There are still too many encampments, but it was important that we prioritize unincorporated communities that were suffering a great deal, as well as many of the municipalities within the county who need additional resources and support with regard to outreach. We established something called the Vehicular Homeless Outreach Program in the 2nd Supervisorial District, whose sole focus is addressing RV encampments and trying to offer services first, as opposed to displacement. We believe in providing services is the critical element to making sure that people can find housing and stay housed and not merely move from one RV encampment to the other. I know there are a number of issues that are important to the residents of El Segundo. My staff was tracking the AQMD meeting today with regard to Hyperion Water reclamation plant. We have been working closely with Public Health Department, really to make sure that the county is doing our part. I know it's primarily City of LA, but wanting to make sure that the county is doing our part in addressing what you've suffered there with regard to the smells and all of those issues. And so we are supportive of AQMD's actions today and will continue to push for transparency and accountability and increase community notifications and protections. It was a similar issue we had to deal with about a year ago with your neighboring community of Carson with the Dominguez Channel odor issue. And so we believe in community engagement and transparency, and we'll do all that we can to make sure that the County Public Health Department is at the table as you continue those conversations. So another thing we did when I onboarded as a new supervisor in the middle of a public health pandemic is we began kind of quarterly meetings with all the mayors representing the municipalities in the 2nd Supervisorial District. So I certainly hope that Mayor Boyles will join us at our next quarterly convening this month, September. Mayor Boyles will be reaching out to you to make sure you know the date, and I hope that you'll come and join us. Again, as an ongoing way for me to keep lines of communication between my office and the cities we represent. And for me, there's a wonderful advantage into making sure that the mayors of all the municipalities have the opportunity to have kind of cross conversation as well. I always learn a great deal, and I think the mayors who actively participate as well. Again, Jesselyn Waldron is my staffer who's assigned to El Segundo. I appreciate you very much for giving me some time on your very busy agenda today. Jesselyn's email can be found on our website, mitchell.lacounty.gov. Mr. Mayor, thank you so much for the opportunity to join you today.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell. And I don't know if my colleagues have any questions or comments. Mayor Pro Tem.
Supervisor Mitchell, thank you very much for joining us. Just two items. One, your staff has been very, very helpful in the regional and sub-regional transportation initiatives. I know that's probably the place where they first got thrown into the deep end of the pool. A lot of money gets put around those infrastructure projects. They've been very active and helpful, and we've appreciated their support for some initiatives that are very important to the city of El Segundo. Secondly, I would say that the city of El Segundo, if nothing else by geography, features as kind of a gateway between the small cities to our south and our big neighbors, particularly the key infrastructure that is LAX and Hyperion. Without supervisory support, we would not have made the progress that we have with Hyperion while we were in the 4th District. And to the second, I know you can, if you can see around the room, we have a packed house of people here, and we are asking for help. So from that, you will see more from us. I know it is not necessarily the direct bailiwick of the county to deal with these city projects, but there is no doubt that the county brings much bigger ammunition to bear than we do as a city. So we look forward to working with you and your staff on that. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate your acknowledgement of my transportation deputies, Krishma and Lily. They worked very hard, and I appreciated the information we got from El Segundo residents about your perspective on all things regional transit. So thank you for that. And we will continue. As I said, I had staff monitoring AQMD today. I'm clear, but we will continue to do all that we can to elevate those issues that are important to our shared constituency. So know that we will continue to be a partner. That's the whole point of me joining you today, to introduce myself and make that declaration, and hope that I can continue to count on your support and partnership as we go forward.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, Supervisor Mitchell, first of all, I got the invite for the convening of mayors, so thank you for that. I'll be there. Secondly, we definitely want to get you, we like to say for the last 4 to 6 years, we're the most important 5 square miles economically in Southern California. And so we want to show you why that is the case, why we believe that. We're the engine for the South Bay and for the region. And then September 14th, we have our State of the City. So if you can make it, we'd love to have you for the State of the City. Got a great turnout so far of over 500 people. A lot of your colleagues, elected officials will be there as well. And I echo Mayor Pro Tem's comments about AQMD, just continuing to fight the fight for us. We haven't had a packed, I see people that haven't been here, Ms. Garnholz, in quite some time, and people are here primarily because of Hyperion. And we had residents, I don't know if your staff told you, but I was fortunate enough to get my comments heard after 2.5 hours. We had residents waiting for 8 hours before they were heard today, basically jeopardizing their entire day. And I believe it's continuing Thursday with public comments. So the good news is AQMD seemed receptive, supportive. The inspector that spoke for over an hour emphasized the shortcomings of the facility and the organization at large, so we remain cautiously optimistic about the path going forward. Anything that you can do to support us with your team would be much appreciated. So thank you for being here tonight, and we look forward to seeing you here in town soon.
Thank you. You know, our Department of Public Health toxicologists participated today as well, and that's who my team and I will be staying in close contact with. And I think it's really important, and I'm proud to represent a municipality who takes civic engagement seriously. I know I do. That's what gets me up every day. And so, yeah, while it's horrible that you have to commit 8 hours, I'm glad that people were concerned enough about their community to do so. And so please know that I'm proud to represent you, and you've got a partner.
All right, Supervisor Mitchell, have a great night. Thank you so much.
You
got an applause here if you didn't hear it. All right, next up, we have a special presentation. I believe, Mr. George, is this going to be Chief Bermudez?
Yes, Mayor, it will be. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I'm happy to introduce to you our most recent graduate of the California Post Supervisory Leadership Institute class, Sergeant Brandon Browning. As all of our sergeants know, they play a critical role in the success of our police department as sergeants. They are the first line supervisors out in the field and our first level of quality control. And their training and development is ongoing, so Brandon knows that. The SLI program was developed in California in 1988 for specifically sergeants in law enforcement. It is 192 hours long and it's taught over 8 months. It's quite a commitment. Each class centers around personal growth, leadership skills, and a sergeant's unique responsibility to their agency. Sergeant Browning graduated from the program last month in Orange County, and we're very proud of his impressive accomplishments. So congratulations, Brandon. Thank you. All right. Say a couple things.
I don't think anybody wants to hear me talk, so I'm just gonna.
Of course we do.
Just a couple words. Some of you guys know me. Just want to thank you, Chief, for the opportunity to attend SLI. It was a fantastic course. It was certainly a marathon and not a sprint. Learned a lot about becoming a better leader, obviously, but I think the most important thing for me, what I took out of these 8 months was personally how it's going to help make me a better father, son, brother, better boyfriend for my girlfriend. So that to me is the most important thing. And I want to thank you, Mayor Boyles and City Council, for recognizing me tonight. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Let's do a photo.
All right. Here we go, guys. Couple of photos. And one more. Do you have anybody from your family here? Or anybody? No? All right, one more then, with those nice smiles. Thank you so much.
Okay, before we get to procedural motion A, I would like to ask Mr. George if it would be okay with you and staff to move 17 up. We have our elected treasurer here. And also note to the public that the item pertaining Chevron is being deferred to a future meeting.
Yes, that's correct. And we're okay with 17 being moved up.
Moving 17 up, okay. Now, before we do that, we're gonna go to public communications. So with the notes that we'll move 17 up with the city treasurer. Mr. Robinson, you're here, right? Good to see you. Thanks for being here. All right, so we are going to go to public communications. Now is the time and place. And Madam Clerk, do you have a sense of how many people are here to speak tonight? 14 so far. Anyone on video that we're aware of? We're not allowing that anymore, right? Okay. So 14 comments. Let's see. I think we need to do like 2 minutes each. I hate to say that to everybody, but we've got 30 minutes allocated for public comments. We might have a couple people that come up beyond that. So we'll start with 2 minutes each. And if you want to start.
And Mayor,
yes.
if I might, just until, I'll be doing this every meeting until the election occurs. This is a city council meeting. This is not a place for election communication such as vote for a certain individual, don't vote for someone else. City has 3 ballot measures that are going to be on the November ballot. Again, this is not the forum for discussion about the pluses or pros or cons of those ballot measures or what people should vote for or not vote for. Political campaign activities outside the chambers and outside the city hall are perfectly fine, of course, as long as they're according to law, but this is a city business meeting, and city business does not include politics. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, who do we have first for public communications? If when you come to the mic, please state your name as well. Thank you.
Linda Cohen.
Yeah, and Madam Clerk, Councilmember Persick had a good suggestion. Given that we've got so many, maybe we have them line up, call up maybe 3 at a time to batch. Thank you.
So after Linda is Cyrus Rangan, MD, and Sanjay Gower. Sorry if I mess your names up.
Okay? Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I know we're dealing with a lot of serious business tonight. Oh, I'm Linda Cohen. I've been away for a while, but I'm back. I just wanted to say thank you to each and every one of you, and thank you for the opportunity to tell you about the Bicycle Angels. See, everything's serious, but I'm not tonight. we have a Hawaiian Luau coming up. We're a charity, and we would like to make that available to people so they can have some fun. I mean, it's been very difficult to go out on Saturday nights and party, but this is an outdoor party, and it's being given by Bicycle Angels. You probably never heard of Bicycle Angels. Although they've been operating since 2009 and have helped 35 charities raise over $5 million. So they're worthy of your support. But in addition to that, it's just a fun evening. It's being held on September 17th, and it's at the California Yacht Club, which is gorgeous, and it's outdoors, so you'll have a beautiful view. And I know that it's unusual for me to come here and tell you about it, but I'm so impressed by this organization. These cards, I'll say them this way, are outside. I left them on the table outside. So if you want to find out more about the event, you can take a card home. And I just want to say that the organizations that they've helped include Leukemia, No Vet Alone, Police Unity Tour, MS, Diabetes, etc., 35 charities. So very quickly, what they do, because nobody knows, is they loan bicycles to people who participate in fundraising events, triathlons, and there's so many charities that have these events where you have an opportunity to really be have a lot of endurance and use your bike, but some bikes are not hardy. So we have 365 bikes at the office. You come in, you get measured, you get a hardy bike, you borrow it, and then you can participate.
Time is up.
Okay, thank you. I hope you'll pick up a card, and I hope we'll see you at the,
Thank you, Ms. Cohen.
at the,
Thank you.
Cyrus?
Evening, everybody. Dr. Cyrus Rangan. I'm a medical toxicologist with the LA County Department of Public Health. I was asked by our director, Dr. Barbara Ferrer, and by Supervisor Mitchell to come down and say a few words about Hyperion. Our department has been involved with the Hyperion since the incident that occurred last year, and have written countless letters to LA San to try to get them to expedite and urge the implementation of all the improvements that need to be made there. Now, one thing that's been troubling us at the department is the number of complaints that we're getting from the community about health effects that they're experiencing from the odors that are being emitted from the plant. We've been pushing very hard for the plant to establish fence line monitoring, and it's only just in the last couple of days that they've established a second monitor. And while we're happy to see that, we are a little bit dismayed by the slowness that has been taking place with regard to fence line monitoring and making sure that we understand what's coming from this plant and what might be affecting the community. We're also seeing some interesting numbers coming out of these monitors, particularly some high peaks of hydrogen sulfide that are likely making their way into the community and causing the health effects that people are calling us about. So with that in mind, and I know I've only just got a very short time here, although, Department of Public Health is not the enforcement body or the regulatory body for this plant, we do have a number of things that we think need to be done. We would like to urge the expedited implementation of all the improvements that need to be done from a technological standpoint at this facility, and for the facility to do a little bit more to determine if any interim measures can be implemented while the long-term measures that are going to obviously take a few months to possibly a year to get fully implemented, to see if interim measures are possible. In addition, because of the numbers that are coming out of that North Monitor, we are concerned that these emissions are making their way into the community, and because these emissions are high and peaking so high, there should be some measure of community monitoring, and the facility should be taking it upon themselves to be a good environmental neighbor, to take measurements in the community and understand truly what's getting into the community, not just at the fence line. And very last
Madam
point.
Clerk, we'll let him go another couple minutes,
Okay.
please.
Yeah, I just have
Yeah.
probably just 30 seconds. Yeah, the last point. Last point I'd like to make in regard to community monitoring is that while I know the facility has made it clear that the regulatory obligation is to monitor for hydrogen sulfide, they probably should be monitoring for a lot more. There's a lot more gases that come out of facilities like this. Facilities like this put out a lot more than just simply hydrogen sulfide. Although that may be one of the most important gases to monitor, there's lots of others that come out as well. And this community is already overburdened by a lot of pollution that comes from vehicular sources, major roadways and freeways, in addition to the refinery, and you've got this plant as well. And so all of those entities, we should be doing everything possible to try to make sure we understand what's coming from where and what the community is breathing. And more information is always better. That helps us as a department, helps the community as well, and honestly helps these facilities too, to know what's coming out of their facilities and figuring out what to do to stop it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for making the time to come to this meeting. Appreciate it.
Sanjay?
Thank you for your public service. My name is Sanjay Gar. I'm here to talk about the drought situation and how it's going from bad to dire. We have two major arteries that supply us water in Southern California, as you may know. The first is the state aqueduct, which in the last 10 years has not been as reliable as we've hoped. We in addition have the Colorado River, which has been our rock. This has been our main source of water. Unfortunately, the situation on the Colorado River, as you may know, is not great, and it will be bad next year. Personally, I think we might even have a heart attack in the sense of the little bit of water we will have, and unfortunately, that situation will last for 10 years. We have agencies that are responsible for supplying us that water source in Southern California. One of them is West Basin Municipal Water District. Unfortunately, the agency has not done a good job in sound judgment. And I'd like to give you two examples. The first, the agency spent $65 million evaluating desalination. $65 million and no new water. Imagine what we could have done with that money. Second, the agency did hire a general manager who had no college education, who had a sexual settlement known, who the recruitment firm didn't even suggest that they should hire him, and his compensation is $300,000 given the responsibility annually for this agency. Fortunately, this person is no longer with the agency, but 30% of the staff did leave because of the toxic environment that was created. These are individuals that we need in this critical time that we have. There's no question that sound judgment is needed in this uncharted territory we're about to enter with water supply situation in the next 10 years. My name is Sanjay Gar. I've been looking at water resources since 1994. I have 2 master's degrees in this area, applied economics, UC Santa Cruz, Harvard University, Master of Public Administration. I want to thank you again for your dedication for public service and for democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay. Who's next, Madam Clerk?
Yeah, the next three, Margie, sorry so much, Liz Garnholt, and Corey Zupo.
I'm Margie Leahy. I live at 765 Washington.
Do you mind, I'm sorry, Margie, just moving the mic a little bit closer so I can hear you on video too, please. Thank you.
I'm Margie Leahy. I live at 765 Washington Street. And I'm thankful, grateful for your time. I'm here on my own, but I've spoken with many of the homeowners and residents over there. Homes on Washington Street are located on the west side of the street. The whole east side is all park. We probably have as much park as what Rec Park has. So we have lots of people, lots of children using our park, coming and going from our park. And we have a very bad traffic problem over there with people running our stop signs, people driving through stop signs with pedestrians in the crosswalk alongside them. It's happened to me a number of times. People grossly exceeding the speed limit on Washington Street. There was a near accident because about 10 days ago because a woman who was traveling west on Maple did not see a car racing, not heeding stop signs, literally going probably 50, 60 miles an hour north on Washington Street. They couldn't see each other because there was a commercial trailer parked at the intersection that blocked their view of each other. We had, a week or so ago, someone literally bring in a traditional vehicle transport, kinds that carry 12 to 16 cars, blocked Washington Street at Palm and Washington and conducted business. We have all sorts of other things. We have people spending the night in our neighborhood, going through our trash barrels. We had someone break one of the park benches. Those benches are like 3 inches thick concrete.
Time is up.
And we were told the police have been wonderful. They've
Can
been
you,
very.
could you wrap it up, ma'am? Thank you. Time's up.
I'm sorry?
Sorry. No, time is up. If you could just wrap it up, please.
The reason I'm here is because we were told this is how we had to start to get help for our situations. So,
Okay.
Thank
Mr.
you.
George will follow up on public comments, and we'll follow up with you directly. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
so
you.
do I need to?
Ms. Garnels, you're up. Please.
My name is Liz Garnholtz, longtime resident of El Segundo. This is a history lesson. The first time I became active in El Segundo events was in the early 80s. I went in a city bus with a bunch of people, including Councilman Clutter, to go to LA City Council and vote against the Hyperion being built without an EIR. We lost. The council voted to build it without an EIR because that would have taken too long and they needed it right away. History is data. The other thing, I don't know anything about the Hyperion stuff, whatever, but of course I have a comment. Now, if there's going to be legal actions, as a taxpayer, I resent my town having to pay the full bill. We have all these out-of-towners dumping into the Hyperion, so they should pay part of the costs because they are the reason the Hyperion is overflowing. So as a taxpayer, split the bill. I also want to thank Supervisor Mitchell for starting this incredible transportation office, because now we in El Segundo will have a very, very cooperative office to talk about LAX early turns. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Garnels. Just for reference, we'll wait for the next speaker. EIR is an environmental impact report, part of the CEQA process. California Environmental Quality Act is what she was referring to. Thank you.
Corey?
Hi, Corey Zuppo, El Segundo resident. I'm also on the environmental committee and a mom of 2 young kids. So the AQMD hearing, I just have a quick comment on that. I ended up listening to the entire hearing, incredibly painful. I finally spoke, I think, 6 hours into it. Originally, I was supposed to be one of the first people speaking, and I was not on mute. They had me muted, but anyways. One thing I just really wanted to hone in was on Dr. Lowe. So Dr. Lowe has a history of belittling what the community concerns are. So if you listen to his testimony, he was downplaying it. He was just focusing on H2S. And when they asked, should we do a health study? He was like, oh, they're too complicated. They take a long time. They drag out. He has a history of this. He did this with Santa Clarita gas. I believe he did this with Exide. He has a history. And so it was really insulting, and it was making me so angry listening to his testimony. And one thing that was mentioned is they studied not just H2S, other emissions a year ago. And the question was, why didn't you do it again this year? He couldn't answer it. So he's like, okay, maybe we'll do a grab sample. What he's going to end up doing is sending staff out in the middle of the day, taking one quick sample and testing it and be like, oh, it's fine. They need to do this from a scientific standpoint. If they're going to do emissions for other emissions besides hydrogen sulfide, they can't just take a grab sample. It's got to be in, like do some logic, like morning time, afternoon, late, or continuous. They know how to do this. They did this for the refinery. That's how they did Rule 1180. There's a way to go about this, and that's where I was so frustrated. And another thing he said is the reason why they haven't done a sample is the inspectors maybe didn't grab one. So he just threw his staff under the bus. So I just wanted to really hone in on his testimony. It makes me concerned for tomorrow that they'll just decide to just do H2S. So that was all. Thank you. And thank you, Drew, for the public comment. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Zuppo, for leading the charge here on this issue.
Yeah, thanks.
Next three up are Kyle Wheeler, Mike Bornstein, and Jeffrey Shue.
Hello, Council, Mayor. First, I want to say thank you guys so much for your service. We appreciate everything you've been doing for us, especially you, Mr. Mayor Boyles, showing up today, spending your time, giving a public comment. It helps. We need more of that. I feel like I'm a newcomer to this town, but I've fallen head over heels in love with this town. My children love this town. My wife loves this town. But I feel like a lot of this town is not being heard right now. And it makes me sad. It makes me frustrated. I don't want to move, but I don't know what my kids are breathing. I don't know what my wife is breathing. I don't know what my neighbors are breathing. I don't know if the pets are breathing. Something isn't right. I shouldn't be getting headaches every day. My daughter shouldn't be getting nosebleeds. I have serious medical concerns for my family, for my neighbors, for the seniors. And I just think that we are turning to you at this time for help. Please help us. There's nothing left we can do but yell and scream, and we don't want to do that. We just want you to help us. That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Mike Bornstein, I live on West Maple, and I'm not going to echo some of the same comments everybody else has made, but I was on 8 hours of that call today, too, and I was reminded of a quote I'm going to paraphrase from the great Bob De Niro in Meet the Parents. That smell, Greg, is our crap, and it's quite literal that it's coming from all over the city, right? And the thing that was made me so incredulous today was listening to the city of LA, the attorney, who I don't think was their top-level attorney, quite frankly, from her comments, but also from the communications director, who all they talked about was procedure. They're not talking about how we fix the problem. They're talking about notification systems, when they were filed, what was it, to what extent after a complaint. That's absurd. And the fact that every time a complaint is filed, someone has to come from out of the city, and not even just out of the city, an hour away, when winds are changing, it's absolutely ridiculous. So while we want more monitoring systems, that's great. That's not fixing the problem. My family's having headaches as well. I mean, maybe pales in comparison to what other people are experiencing, but this is absolutely absurd. And the fact that it's been 14 months is bonkers. The fact that it just is getting worse again is even more bonkers. So quite literally, someone's not taking it seriously from either their side, or I'm not suggesting our side, but why are we not taking every measurable possible, whether it's a state of emergency, whether it's holding the city of LA more accountable? Their mayor has higher political aspirations than being the mayor of the city of Los Angeles. Does he want this on his record as the person who's overseeing this? This is absurd. On top of what everybody here is talking about, the health, people have brought up property values on the call today. I mean, it's not even about that. This is a public nuisance, and it's a public problem. And we have to get ahead of it, and I don't care what kind of noise we have to make, but it's not just a community involvement problem anymore. It's taking action, lawsuits, I don't know, public emergency, whatever it takes. I'm not in your folks' shoes. I haven't done that research, but today was utterly appalling for a number of reasons, and also, we don't know what is up there. My time is up. I'll let other people speak, but thank you for whomever spoke earlier about the air. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bornstein.
Jeffrey Shue.
Hello, my name is Jeffrey Shue, and I'm a longtime El Segundo resident, and I came here about Hyperion, but I'm going to let the others speak to that. I decided to take the chance to address something that I've been wondering about for over a year now. In the summer of 2021, there was a film that was shown at the ESMOA facility, and connected with that was a reported bomb threat, which you are aware of, all of you, I'm sure. My question, there's two parts to it, is first of all, what was the resolution to that? Personally, I've never heard it. Maybe you published it, in which case I apologize, but enough people have been mentioning it recently about they don't know what the resolution was, so I will ask the city council. Was the perpetrator identified? If not, why not? Because at the time, there was even reports that the FBI was involved. And the second part of the question is, on such bomb threats, will there be any evacuation or notice to the people? Because there wasn't at that time, and if it had not been a hoax and a bomb had been gone off, we would have had loss of life. So I'd like to know, what is the preparedness if there should be a future incident like that? That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Shue. At the end of public comments, if you can stick around for a little bit longer, we'll address all these concerns. Thank you.
Okay.
Next three, Trevor Koppel, Angie Greenspan, and Kurt. I'm not going to even mess that one up. So first step, Trevor.
Hello, thanks for your time. Trevor Koppel. I live at West Maple. I have 3 children. I'm a 4-generation family in El Segundo. We love this city. I sat through the hearing today. Some alarming facts from the hearing. The Hyperion is not disputing that they are emitting odors that are creating a nuisance to El Segundo. So they're openly admitting today with their attorney that they're in violation of their permit because they're a public nuisance. I think our position as El Segundo should be we should never smell the Hyperion. I think fence line monitoring is a good thing, but it shouldn't be our main priority. Our main priority should be we don't ever want to smell the Hyperion. If we do, they're in violation of their permit. I was nervous today. I think the too big to fail theme creeped into the conversation that because they do 300 million gallons of sewage every day, and to visualize that, that's 1.5 Rose Bowls of sewage every single day going to our Hyperion plant, they're too big to fail. We can't shut them down. That may be true, but as it relates to AQMB and El Segundo's position is if they're in violation of their permit, our position is firm. They should not be allowed to operate. And yes, that's going to cause a huge problem, but that's the city of Los Angeles problem to solve. They need to spend a lot of money and resources to solve the problem. In conclusion, what can city council do? Scott, thank you. Invited me for a few calls. I appreciate it and all of your efforts. As I see it, get the LA Times to write about this. If we want actual change to happen, one of the biggest publications in the world is in our city. Write a letter, unified, get the LA Times to cover this story. It's a huge crisis. It needs to be solved. It's not going to be solved with a fence line monitor or more consultants. They need a lot of money and some serious resources to fix Hyperion. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Coble.
Angie?
Hi, Angie Greenspan. I know how to talk into a microphone, but I don't need it because I'm so loud. Okay, first of all, I sat on that call this morning, and the inspector who spoke was more passionate about how terrible things are than I've heard from anybody, honestly, in this town besides Corey Zuppo, who is like the Aaron Brockovich of El Segundo at this point. But I want to see that passion from everybody who runs this city, because he was shouting words like odor emergency, and I haven't heard that come from anyone yet. So I loved hearing him because he doesn't live in this town, and he was so angry about what's happening here. So I just want to see a little bit more spunk about that. My other comment, totally unrelated to Hyperion, a lot less dire, but I think this town has a problem with child care options, specifically aftercare for elementary age children. The TLC waiting list in the school district is insane. There's people who've been on the wait list for 5 years. I know other cities that have city programs for after school care where kids can go to a Parks and Rec type situation. We know that they run a summer camp wonderfully. I just think they're, in a town that's as expensive it is to live here, most homes have 2 working parents and need childcare, and it's not being met right now. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Greenspan.
Hello, Council. Thank you for your service, for all the public officials. I am Kurt Sukinen, longtime El Segundo resident, and I really just have 2 quick questions touching on what the gentleman back here said. Regarding the Hyperion, who is the regulatory authority there, and at whose feet does the accountability lay? What person can we go to, or what body can we go to? There's a lot of stuff going on. I share the sentiment of everyone, and that's really all I want to know. Who's ultimately responsible for this disaster? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Stick around, we'll address that. Yeah, we will, that's what I'm saying. Stick around, yeah, please. When we end public comments, we'll have comments from our city staff to address them, and I've got notes as well. Is there anyone else that would like to address the council?
2 more.
Okay, great.
We have 2 more, Julia Cohen and Daniel Buss.
Hello, I'm Julia Cohen. I live on East Pine. I have 2 kids, 6 and 8. It's funny, the last time I was here, or the first time I ever came to a city council meeting was to get up here and speak about toxins in the air. I was wearing my daughter. She was 8 months old. She's now 8 years old. So I'm a little fired up and passionate, as we all are. And I agree with Angie when she says we need a little more passion from y'all, okay? I saw what you put out today, Mayor Boyles, and on Instagram, I saw the letter that you sent. And I think that it said, what did it say? Hyperion, we insist you do a better job for our residents. We insist you all do a better job for your residents. It is your job. It's not Corey Zupo's job. Hyperion's not going to take care of it, clearly. It is your job, and it's all of your job. And we are fed up. We are so fed up. It's been a year, okay? I also saw in that letter, it feels like you're just asking for fence line monitoring at this point, which I don't think is any kind of answer. Telling us that there's chemicals in the air. We know our noses are the fence line monitors. They're telling us, I go inside when it smells. Like, that is not an answer, and that was the only thing you asked for in that letter. That's not enough. I don't think anybody here thinks it's enough for a fence to tell us when there's chemicals in the air. There should not be that many chemicals in the air. I also want to say, you said yourself earlier tonight that this is the most important 5 square miles in Southern California. Use it. Use that power. Use the heft you have. You're the mayor of the 5 square miles that are the most important in Southern California. Use that power. We are literally begging you. We don't want to have to move away from this town, but people are starting to, and we're going to keep doing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cohen.
Danielle. Hey there, my name's Danielle Bessie. I live on the east side near the high school, and I have to echo everything everybody's had to say so far. We're not getting sleep now. It starts at like 11 p.m. on the east side, and it runs like 5 a.m. We get like an hour break, starts back up. I have 2 kids. They go to school, they live here. They work here. They're breathing the air every single day, and I feel like we're shouting into the void. We call AQMD. I get a call 8 hours later. Hey, does it smell? No, of course not. The wind changes. I feel like I have to do a preemptive call at 11 p.m. because I know that the smell is going to roll in. We have air conditioning. We are so lucky. We have HEPA filters. I hope that they're filtering out most of the stuff. My electrical bill's $250 more than it normally is. Every single month. The media, I feel like we're being ignored. I am so glad that Channel 4 is here tonight. I feel like we need to do more to get word out. I think that pressure is the only thing that's going to go ahead and solve most of this. I'm sorry, I really hate public speaking, it's my shaky voice. Please, please use your position to pressure in the media. I think that's the only thing that's going to go ahead and help. I don't want to be a made-for-TV movie. Aaron Brockovich, thank you. Corey, wherever you are. I don't want to be a movie in 10 to 20 years talking about how all our kids have cancer or brain tumors. I don't want that for us. I don't want that for our kids. So thank you. Again, sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Bosse.
Mayor Boyles, I have 2 more. Joe Mannon and Sam Heading.
Hi. Joe Mannion. I live a block up the road on Richmond Street, and I'm just here to make comments about Hyperion. And basically, I work in sport and performance psychology at an international level, and I've devoted the last 20 years of my life studying and collaborating with some of the highest, achieving performers on the planet. And it's all about excellence. And like in my programs and my training, it's all about excellence. And this is a disgrace. Like when I think about how this is being handled, it's like everyone should be embarrassed. Like, it is so far off of what I've devoted my life to. I can't even administer a survey to another human being as a doctoral student without getting internal review board approval, because we look out for the safety of human beings. Meanwhile, we have chemicals in the air. We don't even know what all of them are. And I have 4 attorneys and a judge in my family. I'm not stupid. I know that, and I know the science too, and I've looked up the public health studies, and they show that this is serious stuff, and the dangers are real. And some of us could have shortened lives because of this. And if you don't have the data, if you don't have the measurements, you can't make causal statements and prove, liability and responsibility. So, I'm not stupid. As long as everything has been about, mitigating the legal exposure amongst these various parties. It's not about us and like our well-being. It's just like, can we just mitigate the lines that can actually be drawn mathematically using statistics that would show definitively we have increased rates of X, Y, Z, and we know that these particles and these chemicals were in the air, and we know that they cause those things. Therefore, we can make a reasonable conclusion about that. But if you don't have the measurements, then that's it. So.
Thank you.
Sam? Okay, first off, I do not want to be up here. This is not my idea of fun. But for my children, I'm going to stand up here. 15 years ago, had you told me that I would be living in a home that we cannot enjoy, and we don't have air conditioning, so I love that everybody here may have it. We don't have it. That's not something in our budget. So we have to leave our home when it smells. I am now up, starting around 11, I start calling, texting neighbors to get at least those 6 calls in an hour. The other night I was out 2 nights in a row with an inspector at 1 a.m., back again at 5 to try and get those 6 calls. This is not what I signed up for 15 years ago. I chose to raise my family here because I went to school here and I loved the community. I don't love it right now. I'm very passionate about health. I don't feel that anything we are breathing is healthy. I am disappointed in our school district. They haven't shown up to anything to say, what are our children breathing? I am disappointed that it's taken people getting upset and calling for a year to get some kind of foot traffic on this. I'm exhausted. I'm over it. And I don't want to sell my home because it stinks. Because guess what? No one's going to want to live there. I have a friend who has a home for sale on our street. She can't sell it because it smells. It's ridiculous. We shouldn't have to come to these meetings. We live in a fabulous place. The police are fabulous. The fire department is fabulous. But it smells. And I'm tired. I don't want my children breathing this. I have an asthmatic son. I have a daughter who suffers migraines. We have headaches at least six or 7 times a week. I don't know who we go to from here, but we have got to figure it out, period. Enough is enough. I need everyone in this room to get behind us, or it's going to have to go a very weird route, and we don't even know what to do from there. So we're begging you to please help us. Help us. Those that live on Hillcrest, we are miserable. Come have dinner with me. I will make you a fabulous meal, and you can sit and smell what we smell, because it's enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Henning. We have one more, I believe.
Tamara?
Good evening, City Council. I'm Tamara Kachowski. Thank you for your involvement. Thank you for being here. And thank you for at least hearing our pleas. I'm going to put a face, like every other resident, to what's happening here. And I'm going to put a face to the health effects that are happening. So take a good long look at me, a really good long look at me, because I'm a 19-year resident. I live at the corner of Imperial and Hillcrest. Every year we know that this has been one-offs here and there until this spill. Now we are inundated with this every single day. I have been asking for over a year for any kind of study. I have been asking the question as to what these levels of this exposure over a long period of time, what is the health effects to us? Is it cancer? I don't know, but I spent 4 years fighting breast cancer, along with several other women along Imperial to Palm. Brain cancer, everything else in there. Do we have a cancer cluster? How many children do we have in our town that have cancer? These questions need to be answered. really need to be answered, because shoving us onto antihistamines, pushing us into other medications, carrying an inhaler, this is not the answer anymore. We can't escape it. This really drove home Sunday for me. I am so sleep deprived, so you'll have to excuse me. But in driving my normal job on a Sunday morning, when I leave my home at 4:15 in the morning, and I have yet to sleep for 2 days sometimes because the smell is so bad you can taste it, I found myself on Sunday falling asleep at the wheel on the 5 freeway. And let me tell you, that was the scariest event of my life. Almost the scariest. But I knew enough to pull over and go to sleep because my headache can go away. But right now I'm standing before you with nausea and a headache, things that I haven't had since treatment. But I've had more headaches in the last year than I've had in my 56 years of life. I'm asking you for your help. I'm asking you to look at every face in this community and respond with the same passion, the exact same passion that Inspector Hayes did today for us. And he's not a resident, as has already been said before. And without Corey, and it's been mentioned a million times, where would we be? I research all of this. I know residents, other residents do too. But without Corey leading our charge, where would we be? Without NBC showing up, where would we be? I shouldn't have to make phone calls to the media. I shouldn't have to be calling in favors
Time is up.
to get people here. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Michelle Barkdahl.
Hello, I'm Michelle Bergdahl from Whiting Street, and I'm not much for public speaking, but I go to the El Segundo High School, and I also wanted to talk about Hyperion. I feel incredibly concerned about what I'm breathing every single day. I feel like you guys should do more about pressuring the LA Times to talk about this issue, since monitoring, we need monitoring, but that's not enough. We need actual action. Thank you.
Doing great. Thank you, Ms. Bergdahl. All right, I think that concludes public comments. We're going to turn over to Mr. George. I'm sure some of my colleagues and we will have comments as well. So if you want to address some of the things you heard, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I truly do hear the passionate pleas this evening and concerns of our residents. I've been the city manager here now for 5 months, and this has been a top priority for us and the staff moving forward and trying to navigate the difficulties we have in dealing with the folks from Hyperion. One of the questions was, who is the person to talk to about this? Well, it's really not just one person. I mean, if you're talking about water quality, it's the Water Quality Board. If you're talking about air quality, it's the Air Quality Resources Board. We've been there's a general manager of LA Sanitation that we've been dealing with every day. There's other folks from sanitation. So there's multiple agencies involved in rectifying the problems out there. We definitely hear the problems. They're loud and clear. I mean, today's meeting was an excellent meeting. It's been continued, as you know, to Thursday to give, I guess, the opposing counsel time to see all of the requirements, if they can be met and when they can be met. So there will be some order that will be executed by the AQMD hearing board, and once the Hyperion agrees to those measures, they will be bound by those measures, and they will have to come up with the dollars to implement those measures. So we are monitoring that closely. We've sent letters. Yes, we've sent letters to every meeting that the hearing board has had. We've discussed issues with, as you heard this evening, with the new supervisor's office. We've had multiple calls into and discussions with the LA City Council representative who governs this facility. I mean, it's really the LA City Council. I'm not saying, you have every right, obviously, to be here tonight to discuss this in a public forum, but the LA City Council, whose jurisdiction this facility is in, has to help us respond, because they are the ultimate overseer of the facility. I mean, I guess that's an answer to that one question. LA City Council and the council member, I think, of the 11th District is the one that ultimately oversees what happens there. But with support of the Supervisor's office, with our City Council, with what we're doing as staff, and what AQMD, and you're right, the inspector today was fantastic, and I also appreciate your comments in coming out this evening. This has to be a multiple effort by a number of agencies to begin to implement more than just monitoring stations. Absolutely, that needs to be done. And I know the letter may not be as comprehensive as some of you felt, but one of the things that we're trying to do is get them to monitor for more emissions, not just the one that they've been monitoring. I mean, that's critical in coming up with the data that we need as ammunition, if you will, to go back and discuss with them what really needs to be done. We've initiated monthly meetings. No, I know, I understand.
Now is not the time for public comment. Thank you, though. You can just be patient.
We've implemented meetings now every other week with the general manager of LA Sanitation, and she's a critical person too in terms of getting us to be able to understand what the data reflects. So those are taking place. And then we're also working with LA County Public Health on, as the gentleman said, as Dr. Cyrus said here, in terms of helping us. We need a concerted effort to work on dealing with the situation that we have. So I can assure the council that staff is doing everything we possibly can to address the problems, and will continue to do that. It's just very difficult when you're constantly met by roadblocks from these multitude of agencies that we have to deal with on a daily basis.
Mr. George, one thing you said, there was a public comment that was made about, oh shoot, I'm so sorry, Scott. We need a minute. If you guys could just bear with us 5 minutes, we're going to take a quick recess. We'll be right back in 5. Thank you. Thank you. We're back in session. So I was saying, Mr. George, that there was at least one person in particular spoke that there's only one item in the letter. If you could clarify that there were 3 items that we asked for, and maybe just if there's anything in past recommendations.
Yes,
Not that we don't need to do more, but clarifying what we've done up until this point.
Yes, and that's correct. In the current letter, there were 3 specific requests that we made of the board, and that was shed light on. However, as I said, we've sent letters prior to every AQMD public hearing that's been held, and I recall the first meeting that they had, we submitted upwards of 13 items on that letter, and I'm trying to get a copy of that now. That was several months ago, but that letter was a very comprehensive letter that covered numerous items well beyond the letter we sent this time. So, and that's also on our, I'll make sure that's on our website. In addition, the media was brought up, and I completely understand that sometimes going to the media does help. If I recall, and our communications manager staff shared that we did have articles, major front page articles in the Los Angeles Times and the Daily Breeze regarding this the first time around, not back in July, but the first time around that these upticks started to happen. And then also, our Public Works Director served on a committee of representatives about a year ago with AQMD, with sanitation staff, with Public Works staff of Los Angeles, on a ad hoc committee that made 33 recommendations in that report. And I encourage you to take a look at that report, because we are closely monitoring that report and making sure that each and every one of those are implemented. At this point, I would say maybe a third of those have been undertaken. So there's significantly more recommendations that came out of that ad hoc committee, which were made up by representatives of sanitation, that need to be implemented. So we'll keep an eye on that. You know, beyond that, Mayor, I hear everyone's concerns, and obviously we need to do more. And I share with you and the council that we as staff will continue to do what we're doing at this point and ratchet it up significantly more. If what I'm hearing tonight, it is important to us.
Mayor, if I might just add from the, I participated in those March hearings and worked with city manager and public works staff on these letters and whatnot, and they were somewhat similar to what occurred today. Is the testimony provided by the city of LA was really pathetic. I don't know no other way to describe it. The person that showed up offered no explanation as to what had happened, no explanation as to when it was going to be fixed, seemed to not care about any of it. There was discussions that were, she didn't know what happened to the purchase order that was supposed to go to bring in the right consultants who were going to fix the flares at the time. And it was really quite unbelievable to listen to them speak about how really pathetic they were at running that plant. And at the end of the hearing, which will be interesting to see what the board does, the hearing board does on Thursday, the hearing board kind of scratched its head and made statements, well, okay, they're not in compliance with their permit. They owe us tons of money on fees and fines, which they haven't paid. But you could tell, like, the looks in their face was, what can we do to these people? I mean, you know, what can we do to the city of LA, and what can we do to this plant? And this is the body that's charged with the air quality control over that plant, and they looked helpless. And we've continued to pummel them because they are the body that's charged with the air quality. Doesn't mean we've given up. I'm just saying it's frustrating to watch. I mean, I hear the audience out there. It's really tough to watch that board pummel LA, and LA just sits there like, we don't care. I mean, it was really the message. They sent probably the least knowledgeable person about that plant to that hearing in March. And to me, that was a statement of, we don't care.
Real quick, I know Mayor Protem wants to speak. What was different about today, though, Mr. Hensley, was you had an AQMD inspector speak for over an hour, validating all of the concerns that the residents have expressed to a point that was so clear, so crystal clear and articulate, and frankly damning to the city of LA and Hyperion. Some of the comments he made were ridiculous. Odor emergency in El Segundo. This is an inspector that's worked for AQMD for, I think he said 15 years, at least. 30, thank you, 15 with Hyperion. And 1,100 plus odor complaints year to date. He says that he personally inspected all complaints, which is tough for him to do. He made an argument for getting additional help, either from Hyperion, which we probably have some concerns about, but some other source. And he's even said that it smells bad when he comes into town. Said Hyperion is not providing data consistently to them. Hyperion is not allowing interviews of operators in some cases. Those are operators of the plant itself. There are major succession and leadership issues. There's been turnover, a lack of knowledge. Even told inspectors at one point that they ran out of scrubbing solutions, scrubbers being the things that actually obviously treat the odors before they go out. Malfunction equipment, he talked about gauges that monitor the emissions that have been faulty and broken and even missing. He talked about roughly 75, I think I have this right, 75% of the time inspector visits the plant, they don't get 75% of the time they do get cooperation, meaning a quarter of the time they show up, they don't even get cooperation from Hyperion. The inspectors for AQMD, who are the governing body on this matter, also emphasized that he said we, AQMD, and he was stating also that clearly the public in El Segundo cannot trust the results coming out of that body. There's no trust. They've broken the trust. I think we've been remiss in giving them the benefit of the doubt for too long to let them get some things in movement and make some plans on those 33 points in the recommendation. He also said that this is the largest plant west of the Mississippi. We shouldn't go into the plant and see any gauges operational. So this is a level of detail that we have not heard, at least that, I mean, I toured that plant with all of you a week after everything went down, and there was still sewage residue all over the place. And so we experienced how bad things, it's just the egregiousness, the negligence, but we haven't heard these specifics. He also said, there's so many things, he literally said this, there's so many things not working at the plant. This is treating all of the LA basin, 250 million gallons with a capacity for roughly 400 plus. He said there are tarps over tanks where there should be covers. He even said he gets headaches and he gets nauseous. I already stated this, I'm going to state it again. He said there's not enough resource time for El Segundo with the AQMD. And he said Hyperion is very aware when they're making odors and that they should do a better job of acknowledging and informing us as a public, which is one of the 3 things we asked for in the letter. But more importantly, we have to address, and I heard it multiple times, I'm just going to state what I heard. I'm sure my council members want to speak. What I heard from the residents was that basically they're fed up. They want the root cause addressed. I couldn't feel more strongly about that. Let's not address the symptoms. Let's actually get the root cause addressed. They want more passion from all of us. I absolutely get that. I've lived here almost 30 years. I live on Whiting Street. I remember when it smelled bad, but it's never been like this, ever. There's no doubt, no doubt. People are getting sick. What I think we should do, and I want to get my counsel, because we haven't talked about this publicly, is I believe also, and I think I mentioned this to you today, Daryl, that we need to do, I said the same thing. I know I did not think, I know I said this. We need to do a full court press with the press. We need to get their attention. A couple people considered or suggested a state of emergency. I don't know if that's applicable in a situation like this, but whatever the equivalent is, it's going to get the attention of not only Hyperion, the City Council, the City of LA, the County of LA, the State of California to pay attention to this matter. Something either that or equivalent. And the third thing, which I know we can't get into too much detail, Mr. Hensley, without going to closed session most likely, but I think we're at the point, we've sued LAX in the past. We have a long history with our neighbors. Unfortunately, we need to consider something stronger legally to get their attention. I know my council member is going to have similar, so maybe before you address any of my concerns, let's go to my colleagues, please.
Yeah, I'm not going to take too much. I agree with good comments, thank you. But I think we're going to have to pivot the way we've been doing things a little bit. I mean, a year ago or 14 months ago when this all happened, the discussion was environmental. Discussion was how bad it smelled and what a nuisance it was. At this point, we're in a full-blown health crisis. And I think that's where the pivot has to be. It's no longer about making sewage smell like baby powder. It's a full-blown health crisis with people that are suffering on a daily basis. It's escalating, and the scary thing, I think, as Mr. Bornstein said, that the too big to fail thing is starting to come up. This is not a banking system anymore. This is people's lives. So I think that we need to pivot the way we handle this and make it from a health perspective, because in the end, that is a responsibility we have here.
Thank you, Councilmember Giroux.
Yeah, so I'm going to concur. And one of the things that, listening to the inspector, when this first happened, 14 months ago, it was that we were trying to also convince AQ&D, and now they're basically on our side, and they've given us ammunition. So I think we just really need to align with them, and really, if we have to go to litigation, we go to litigation.
Thank you, Ms. Perstock.
I would just add that the only success we've had thus far with this has been when we've escalated it. And as frustrating as it is for us, and we know what the acronyms mean, right? If we're just throw things out of here about the LA Board of Public Works and things, that doesn't, and that clearly doesn't resonate with them either, right? Because they got up there, they're not sure what their enforcement prerogatives are, neither does AQMD, neither does all the other boards. What we've had success with is when we brought the state into this, and we brought the county supervisors into this. And to the county supervisors' credit, I mean, they were up on the berm, when LA Sanitation wouldn't say anything, with binoculars peeking into the settling tanks. To the state senators, to his plaudit, he came down when they're not in session and walked the ground with us, right? And went on the first tours with us. So I would say that whatever recourse we decide to go with in whether it's an emergency decree or litigation, the funding to fix this for Hyperion is unlikely to be made available by the city of LA. It would likely require state resources. So any measure that we take should absolutely involve our oncoming assembly district in the 62nd with what's currently Almera Suchi, and the state senate, which will likely be Ben Allen. I think he's running unopposed. So those are the only two funding sources that are likely to have remedy for what we would like, because the city of LA is unlikely to have an appetite for it, and the county of LA runs its own sanitation district and is not going to participate in this. They've got a $3 billion water recycling program they're about to bond out for, so they are not going to put money into this. So I would just advocate that whatever measure we take forward, we parallel that with an advocacy campaign with the state, because that's likely where any money to fix this will come from. It won't be as satisfying, it won't feel like justice, because we'll be paying for it with our tax dollars, but it's the only way it'll get fixed.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel. I agree with all state points made. So, Councilor Drew, it's just focusing more of a health crisis at this point. This is a full-blown health crisis, to quote you directly. Councilor Perstock, you're in support of a lawsuit, and you also made another great point, which I didn't get. What was the first thing you said?
About now the AQMD is basically on our side, and they're speaking. When we first had this issue, we were trying to convince them as well.
Well,
and
yeah.
now that's...
They're more on our side now. Just so, and when we went to them in March, we asked them, because there were dozens of violations, and they were only hearing about the flare incident. And I urged them, I begged them to bring all the violations together so that they weren't piecemealing the solution to this, because they weren't seeing the big picture by looking at just the flaring incident. Out of that came the fact that there were no maintenance logs, that lots of things weren't being done. And the person that testified today really sort of bridged that gap, because he testified to things we all believed were true based upon the failures, but he drew the line to show there actually were failures. We just suspected it. And I think we should once again ask the board on Thursday, bring all of the violations forward now. Look at all of it in its totality. And I think they were afraid to do that because, is it too big to fail? I don't know if that's the reason, but they didn't want to tackle the whole thing. They just didn't, and they should.
That's a great point. Who's going to do that? Who's going to be the point on that Thursday? Is that your office? Or?
Yeah, well, I mean, I was on the first time this went in March. I was begging them to bring this all together so they could see the full picture, and we'll do it again, and they should. There's no reason to stretch this out in hearings over a year or two. Bring all the violations together so they can make decisions about the overall operation. They were parsing out different pieces of the plant. Well, the whole thing is running poorly. Just take it all up at once.
Thank you. And then Mayor Pro Tem, we'll come back to you in a second, Mark, about the other ideas. Mayor Pro Tem, I agree that you're right on the money that it's going to require additional funds that they don't have right now. We're going to have to align with the state, and fortunately we have good relationships there, both with Assemblymember Marisucci and Senator Ben Allen. The Mayor, Mark Hensley, the three things, so the press, not your domain, state of emergency, your domain, lawsuit, your domain. What are you comfortable speaking about this evening?
Well, I can touch on those briefly, and I would just also point out that following those meetings in March, there was a meeting between council members Giroux and Nickel, myself, city manager, and public works director with their enforcement people, and we made these points again about why aren't you looking at all these issues, and they assured us they were. And maybe today is somewhat of a result of that. I don't know. I mean, they're not great at communicating back, but we did take a lot of steps and have taken a lot of steps to impress upon them how important this is. Now, as far as the state of emergency, I need to review that. I mean, that gives you generally authority to fix or address significant, serious issues that are in your city, which sounds appropriate, but the issue here is that the jurisdiction over the plant is not the city's, it's the city of LA's. And so I will need to look at whether or not there's a benefit for the city to declare a state of emergency, whether that'll give you some additional legal...
What's the cost? I mean, I was trying to look at
it's a piece of paper that you all approve that has the reasons for declaring...
Are there legal fees associated with it? So nominal cost.
It's nominal cost.
Limited downside would help us with our efforts with the press.
Okay.
To get people's attention.
So we can tee that up. And then as far as a lawsuit, I mean, we did sue the Hyperion plant about 28 years ago when they were they were having similar problems at the time, and they were going towards full tertiary treatment, and we were very involved in that process through a lawsuit because the city was not comfortable with how the other agencies were interacting. And at that time, the Air Quality Management District and things were very different than they are today. I mean, there's more government in place as far as that are supposed to deal with these issues. So a lawsuit is a real probability to get a court to intervene, which is what happened at that time. And really, one judge oversaw the implementation of a number of improvements to that plant. So that is a real possibility.
And what do we need to do? Do we need to go and close for that, or can we, is that something, I know it's not on the agenda this evening.
Yeah, we have to bring it back on the agenda. I think today the stuff coming out of the hearing is excellent. I mean, if we've got already experts making these statements.
I don't think we wait till mid-September. We could do a special meeting this week, correct?
On 24 hours notice.
Okay,
yes.
let's, everyone okay with that up here? What date? I think the public will be happier if we at least set a date. Let's set a date and time.
Okay. Well, it's council's prerogative what your
How
availability
fast
is.
can you post it?
24 hours. 24 hours.
Needs 24 hours from the time of posting till the time we have the meeting.
Right.
I can do tomorrow night.
I can do tomorrow night too.
Mayor Pro Tem? Okay. Yeah. How about
sorry,
Saturday?
8 o'clock would be the
Wednesday.
earliest I could
Saturday.
get an agenda
How about
posted.
Wednesday morning, the 8th? I mean, Thursday, the 8th. Very early works for me. Okay, well, we need 4, correct? And we need 3 for this item. So let's plan on 7 a.m. too early, or is that okay for y'all? Too early? Oh, no, he's got like kids shuttling all over the place, so that's sports. 9 a.m.? 8 a.m. Let's do 7 if it works for you 3, and then Mayor Pro Tem, if you can't make it, we'll have 3. I have a feeling I know how this is going to go. Plus,
It
we
can
have
also,
Councilman
it can
Nichols.
also be held virtually if that
What's that?
helps. It can be
Yeah,
held
virtually.
virtually too if it helps.
Do a phone call. Okay, 7 a.m. Thursday the 8th. Yes, thank you. All right, So we have the three things, state of the emergency. When are you going so is that something you can could you do the research on that, Mark? What's involved for that same meeting, so we could put that as an agenda item as well for that special meeting?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. All right, we also had comments. There were two comments that,
Drew, is this a closed session?
is it closed or open?
We're gonna do both.
We'll do both, okay.
I'm on vacation, so I'll have to have my office assist you.
Okay.
Thank you for that, Madam Clerk. All right, and there's two things. One was, we had a question about the ESMOA issue and a bomb threat, and whether or not the perpetrator was ever identified. And the second question was related to, I think is probably Toro, which has been a company that's been allegedly dropping cars off in town on public streets for people to rent.
Yes.
When I heard the comment about Washington Street from, let's see, who said that? Margie, thank you. She said there was a trailer unloading cars, so I'm guessing that's something like a Toro. So if you, I don't know if that is, but if you could address that we're aware of Toro and what steps
Yes,
we're taking there as well, please.
Yes, Mayor, we absolutely are aware, have received a number of emails regarding that situation with a number of cars that are plaguing that neighborhood, and we are working right now on following up with our community development staff and police department staff. I'll have a report for you very shortly on that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And then regarding the bomb threat, the police chief is here to give a couple comments on that.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. The gentleman that came up here and spoke about the bomb threat, I'm trying to track my memory, is about 2.5 years ago. ESMOA had an event on Main Street, and
I think it was definitely during the pandemic. I remember that, so it was about a year.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
well, yeah, and there was a threat that was called in, and they notified us. We went out there. We actually had numerous meetings with the organizers, and we deployed a number of officers for the event. We also coordinated with our partners at the county level to figure out if we could track down. I believe the threat came in through either an email or a letter. I don't believe we've identified a suspect on that, but we did talk to the organizers, talk to them about maybe canceling the event. They chose not to do that. They went forward with the event, and we staffed it pretty significantly with our officers before the event, after the event, and during the event. So that's,
I believe the event was actually moved from ESMOA to another location.
yeah, I believe it was at a
It was-
neighboring location right next to it.
It was at Brewport.
Brewport, yes. So, yeah, I remember our officers were all over the place there.
There's also a question, I think it was Mr. Shu, about whether or not the public was notified in advance that there was a bomb threat.
Yes, the organizers did send out an email to, they put it on, I believe, on their website, and they sent out, I want to say to the people that purchased the tickets, letting them know that they received this threat, they chose to move forward with the event, and they gave people the option of, I believe, either getting a refund or something like that. I don't want to speak too much about what I remember, but something like that.
Thank you, Chief.
All right, thank you.
And I just have one comment. So not for you, but for the truck, do we have signposts that saying, certain load requirement or as far as the weight of a truck on our entryways of our streets? Do you know how, you can say,
Go ahead.
and maybe we should put some, especially on our artery, and the arteries?
Yeah, we do have signs which says no truck, but we'll double check that to make sure that signage is on our arterials. We can do that.
Thank you, Mr. Sassoon. Mr. George, anything else on your end?
No, that's all I have, Mayor.
Okay, I want to thank the public for coming. We really appreciate it. I believe, I know I did, and I think I speak for everyone up here, we heard you loud and clear. We need to do more. We need to be more passionate. We need to be able to look you in the eye and tell you we're doing the right thing and doing everything that we can to make this better. Okay? Thank you for being here tonight. You don't have to leave. We got exciting stuff coming up. I'm not kidding.
You don't want to hear the treasurer's report?
Yeah. Actually, while Mr.
Matt,
Robinson
come
is
on.
here and the people haven't left the room, Thank you to Mr. Robinson for doing such an incredible job as our treasurer and are protecting our city's financial assets. You want to come up and give your portfolio report? All right, so as a reminder, we're moving up item 17. Don't let me forget to do let's actually do it real quick. Item A, let's just do this first. Item A, though, read all ordinances and resolutions on the agenda by title only. Do I have a motion to approve?
Drew, second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 4-0.
Hey, Drew, hold on one second. I'm looking on here. Was there supposed to be something about the rec park utilization
Ooh,
metrics?
yes, thank you. We got so caught up on Hyperion. Mr. Robinson, my apologies. We just hang tight for 1 second. Mr. George, you also had under your name, Councilmember Drew reminded me, Recreation Park utilization metrics.
Thank you for that. Kind of got lost in all the discussion of the previous item, but yes, this Mayor and Council is follow-up to our joint meeting that we had last Wednesday with the Parks and Rec Commission on addressing the park needs assessment. And one of the key questions that came up was there was a visual that was shared by our Parks our Parks Director on utilization of the fields, and you wanted some more specific metrics related to that, like the actual utilization, the percent or the numbers of hours actually utilized by each sport at each field. So we're able to provide that tonight. And then in addition, I just wanted to also share that in follow-up to that meeting, we'll be coming back next month with a report and a strategy and a plan to implement phase 1 of the park needs assessment. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ali Mancini, our Parks and Rec Director.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Unfortunately, we'll share this information with Mr. Nickel later, but I did want to come back to you, and I do apologize that we didn't have this information at the meeting. That was an oversight on our part, but I am glad that we're able to provide some clarity this evening on 3 of our fields, Brett Field, the softball field, and Stevenson. I also was able to get information on Richmond and Raytheon, but unfortunately I didn't get those until after the time that the slide went out. And we're also working on our numbers for Campus El Segundo. So we will have a more clear picture of how the fields are being used. But sorry about that. But as you can see, Brett Field's total hours of use is a little under 1,300. The softball field is about 1,800, and the Stevenson field is about 985. You can also see we listed here the total available hours for use, so that's the hours that the field is open. So the fields are open certain hours, so that's the 5,096 that you see there in front of you. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you have about these numbers.
So clarification, so the 5,096 hours, is that true, like hours open, like that, during daytime or a certain period, like it's not like 1 o'clock in the morning?
Right, it's
Correct.
only the hours the fields are open.
Now, because we say open, a lot of these fields are actually closed. I mean, they're locked, correct?
Right,
So
right. They're
they should
available
be
for
available
use.
for use.
That's correct. Thank you for that clarification. Yeah, those are the hours that they are available for use.
I'm questioning some of these numbers. First of all, the El Segundo High School softball program, there's no way it's only 81 and a half hours. Only because I'm saying that there's probably 2 hours of practice time a day during the season. That's 10 hours a week. That doesn't include games.
So this is, these numbers these were the we had staff go through today and on Friday, went through the reservation software and pulled these numbers based on the reservations. This is for fiscal year 21-22.
I would say the same thing. I guess for high school baseball, I think they only play games on Stevenson Field and practices are at their facility.
I don't know that information for sure. I'd have to check on that.
I just know how long baseball practice is because I did it most of my life, and I don't think those numbers are accurate. I could be wrong, but I don't believe so. Just simple math will tell me 2 hours a day 5 days a week, and it's probably more than that, and the season lasts more than 8 weeks, and that's just practice.
Okay, so we'll have to look into that.
I would just take a look. I mean, it's not a problem. I'm just saying if we're going to go through this, let's make sure it's accurate.
Right.
Okay? Thank you.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I suspect that some use is not, we discovered last time, right, that not all use is captured by the software.
That's what I'm finding out, right, that we're looking into, that they're trying to figure out how to best extrapolate this information, and they're going line through line.
So is it possible that, does the high school have to go through reservation software, or is it part of the joint use agreement? So it would be under a different set?
No, they would still have to, they would still technically go through the reservation software. But again, they had to go through thousands of lines of data to get this. And I'm hoping there's another way that we can work with the software system to get better reports and more accurate reporting. So we're looking into that as well.
That's great. That's a good first step. Thank you for adding the denominator in the 1596.
Yes.
Now, is that do you believe that is a true capacity number? The reason I ask is, if it's 5,095 hours, can we truly get 5,095 hours out of each particular facility? Meaning, that looks to be about, 12 hours a day, 7 days a week.
About, 8 a.m. to 10 or
Okay, so,
something similar.
roughly. So, does that mean that it's constantly, I guess my point is that a theoretical total capacity or a practical one? Meaning, downtime for maintenance on the fields, watering, breaks, but you know what I mean? So I'm not asking you to answer it right now, but I think when we do this next level of analysis, we should look at, for each particular field, what is the practical utilization?
If we want to do the proper rest and renovation periods. I agree.
Yes, and also considering, God forbid we go to turf, I know how one rec park commissioner felt about that, but if we do turf in certain parts of the field, does that change that dynamic as well?
Right, absolutely. Or if we were to double up on the field, for instance, for soccer, on the
Yes.
Brett Field, could we have 2 teams out there? So those are some things we need to look into.
Okay, thank you, Ms.
we can
Mency.
get
So
those-
when is this coming before us next then? What are the next steps?
We will be, we're working now, probably the second meeting, actually the first meeting in October. We'll be coming with the phase 1 plan of the parks needs assessment. There was the primary option 2, I believe, that was discussed last Wednesday in the joint
Is
meeting.
that in conjunction with the joint use agreement with the school district, or?
Well, that item is going to be on the next agenda, this second meeting here in September, and that will, I'll let you know now, it's going to be for a 1-year extension of the exact agreement that we have right now. That'll give us time to work with the school district on really firming up a lot of the allocation criteria for the fields. So that'll be coming before you next meeting for a 1-year re-up. And then obviously a year from now, we'll have the full detailed joint use agreement.
Thank you. Any questions from the colleagues?
Mayor, if I can just add, too, we are looking at taking the field allocation policy, which sort of addresses some of these issues, and having a joint meeting with the Rec and Park Commission and also the Youth Sports Council to sort of look at the policy and how things are being allocated and if that's working or not working. So we're planning on doing that in October.
So that is separate from this October meeting?
That is
So that would be then a subsequent council meeting?
Correct.
Yes, we would want to go through the commission first, and then we, kind of vet some changes through them, and then bring that back to council as far as the policies.
Okay. Good. Mayor Pro Tem.
Just spend lots of time on pickleball, just as much as you can.
Okay, great, I will. Will do, noted.
So, and just as a recap for the audience and the public, this came out of a joint meeting we had, the council with our Parks and Recs Commission, which I think went very, very well. We had a lot of people participate and attend, and it was really to look at our field usage, and not just field usage, but how we're going to continue to modernize our parks,
Right.
and the planned approach that we're going to take to that. And I believe we all voted on option 1, which is to really keep the foundational buildings and then come up with phased approach on modernization.
That's absolutely.
So that's what we're moving toward. So you're going to hear a lot about the parks in the next couple months, I'm hoping, because we want to expedite this as much as possible. And we're hoping to start with the teen center area, the skate park, and then look at the fields and then move forward from there.
Right.
And that's part of the discussion that we'll be having in October, correct?
That's right.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilmember Perstook. All right, next up, item 17, Investment Portfolio Report for June 22, brought to you by your elected City Treasurer, Matt Robinson.
All right. Let's see if I can find it. Okay, so you remember that the March report was just on consent, so it's been a little while since we've spoken. There's been some changes. Oh, how did we get it? Oh, there we go. All right, thank you. Okay, so I'll jump right in. I know we have a pretty packed agenda for the rest of the day, but so I can't even really see that small. It's not in front of me. So the majority of the portfolio is still in LAIF. We moved one of the biggest moves that we made in the last quarter was to move a significant chunk out of LAIF into a joint power authority pool, which is CAMP. CAMP essentially has twice the yield that LAIF does. It has the same stable NAV that LAIF does, and it was just it's a better instrument for us for liquidity purposes. In terms of the reserve portfolio, we did make 5 purchases, or we made 3 purchases in last quarter, and we made another couple in Q3, which aren't on here, but there's going to be some major movement, I would say, on the next report. The plan is to move out of LAIF almost entirely, and even out of CAMP to a certain extent into a combination of treasuries and other credit instruments. And I'll delve into that in a little bit. So this is just another way of looking at the same thing. I think it's just a little easier to see where all the assets are. You can see we have a very small amount of U.S. Treasuries. It's actually the first time we've bought Treasuries in years, certainly since I've been here, and probably even the prior treasurer. I think we're underallocated there. U.S. Treasuries are obviously the safest investment that we can be in. And the plan is to really up the allocation to U.S. Treasuries in the coming months, or actually probably in the next week or so. Here's how the reserve portfolio looks, and ideally this turns into a ladder, and admittedly we haven't been doing that on purpose because, again, we didn't really want to tie up money for 5 years with sub 1% interest rates, and that has saved the city a lot of money in doing so. As you can see, most of our investments are still at the very front end of the yield curve. Everything is, we have about almost 80 million in immediate liquidity, and the furthest maturity we have is 4 years out.
Was that expected?
And this is the itemized portfolio, which is probably not worth going through, but you can see just the types of instruments that we're in, a lot of CDs there, and then our treasury. These are the 3 that we purchased, treasury bill and a couple of agencies. That was towards the end of June. Here's the interest that we received, as well as any matured and purchased bonds. You can see in June we bought about 3 million worth, and again there's another 2 million that occurred in Q3. Compliance. So this is something worth mentioning because I think I'm going to try and get something on the agenda for the next meeting to change the investment policy. I'm looking to make a few changes that I think are kind of hampering us right now. Is we put a ceiling on the CAMP, or our JPAP allocation. We technically can, I think, have unlimited allocation there, and we put a ceiling of 30% there. And I think that there were good reasons to have that in there, but currently I think we're missing out on some yield by not being able to allocate there. Even though I think that, in the next month we're going to be drawing that down a little bit, I'd like to have that flexibility going forward. And considering the fact that I think that some of those guardrails were put in place because of a fear that someone could get elected and make bad decisions, but going forward, there's not going to be an elected city treasurer, so I think that guardrail is a little less important. But you can see everywhere else, we are under our allocation limits. I can never find the page down. And these are all the ratings. We want to be we have to be A or above by one of two rating agencies at time of purchase, and there are a few that are in BBB right now, but that's at time of purchase, and by all means, these are still investment grade bonds and considered some of the safest bonds you can invest in. LAIF has been a continual downturn in terms of the yield that we're getting from it, hence why we're getting out of it, but again, we can't really go into any more JPAP because we've already maxed out there. And here is basically the average yield, and right now it's at about 1.38. And like I mentioned, the other liquidity instrument that we use is CAMP, and that's at about 2.4 as of today. So this is what we're trying to manage, is we're trying to smooth out and make sure that we match our assets and our maturities with our liabilities, and that's something that we have a little bit more predictability now because of the POBs stabilizing everything, and we have a $10 million outflow in June, and we know when that's coming, and that's kind of our big debit for the year. And that has shifted over the last year from obviously July, which was when we used to make our payment, to June. And so, you can see that the city cash flows are very predictable in terms of the drawdown. So this is monthly over the last 3 years. The orange is this year, and you can see that in June we had the big drawdown as expected in the past. So last year and the year before, that's occurred in July. And so what I'm trying to do is line I'm going to purchase some large denominated treasuries, and I'm going to ladder them out 5 years. And the idea is that we would have those treasuries, which are bullets, they're going to mature in June, right when that outflow comes. And so we'll be able to maximize the kind of the time that we have in the market by doing so. And you can see historic drawdowns. The worst we really get is $10, $15 million in any particular rolling 12-month span. So that's kind of, again, where we want to keep our liquidity portfolio. We want to make sure that we can weather those downturns. Economic environment, probably most relevant here. Just kind of, I think, there's a lot of things to think about, and it's been a while since I've spoken up here. The treasury yield curve actually looks nothing like this right now. You can see June, which is the green. It's been increasing, but it's now flat and actually decreasing from 1 year to 5 year. And in fact, the 1 year treasury yield is higher right now than the 30-year. So you could lock up money for 30 years and get less yield than 1 year. So it's an interesting time. And actually, as of today, is the highest that the 1 year has been in 5 years or so. So the timing couldn't be better for us to start, investing and kind of putting some of our shorter liquidity instruments, or getting out of like JPAP and LAIF and putting it into treasuries or any kind of longer maturity instrument. And you can see here, again, this was another, I think, a good thing to wait. And you can see that in 2021 and 2022, early, the yields weren't quite where they are. And what you're looking at is it's kind of a different way. It's a cross-sectional way to look at the yield curve. But, the 5 year, you can see even now the 5 year yield, according to this chart, and this is end of June, is lower than the 1 year. It's kind of hard to see, but it is. So this is another thing that people like to look at in terms of recession indicators. It's something that obviously we should be concerned about, in terms of the city's finances. The 10-year minus 3 year, so this is obviously, or this is typically thought of as a recession indicator. It's currently actually a lot closer to 0 than you see here. It's under 0.5. So, and like I mentioned, it's technically inverted between 1 and 30, but this just looks between 10 and 3 months. Unemployment is decreasing, and inflation, as everyone knows, is skyrocketing. The Fed has committed to raising rates to stave off inflation. And that's kind of what we're looking at now. We've had four rate hikes this year. I think there's anticipated to be more. I think that kind of the consensus, which, take it with a grain of salt is that rates are going to peak in March of 2023 and then begin to decrease, which is why we actually see the inverted yield curve, is because expectations are that in a year or so or 2 years, that rates are actually going to start going back down to try and avoid recession. And just to give you an idea of, where the market thinks inflation is going to go. So you can have a lot of people that think they know and they fill out surveys or polls or economists, but this is what the market's doing. This is the market, there's actually money behind this instrument. And, as of June 2020, the 5-year inflation is about 2.5%, which is probably lower than I think I have my own qualms with the way that inflation is measured. I think it's probably higher than what people are saying, and I've always kind of been more afraid of inflation than most people, but this is what the market's saying. And that is all I have. Again, I plan to be up here in a couple weeks, I think, to pass a new investment policy, and potentially there's another item that I'd like to talk about, but if you have any questions, happy to answer.
Is the bond market really that pessimistic that we're seeing no yield after 5 years, and that the effects of recession fighting will be unsuccessful? Usually you have to pay people to lock their money up. There's no premium in that.
Yeah, I mean, we were
fleeing to safety of the bond market in 3 years.
Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily. I think that it's not that rates are necessarily going to go back to zero, but they're going to maybe go down a little bit. And I mean, the Fed has. If there's one thing that I tend to put faith in, is what the Fed is actually saying. They've been saying for years that they're going, or for a year, we're going to raise rates, and this is what you can expect coming up. There's minutes, you can read them, and they're going to raise rates again in the next meeting. And they're going to. And then it's just a matter of when they think that they have fought the good fight against inflation, and then they can start trying to kickstart the economy again with lowering rates. And then how far they're going to lower them. But it's kind of a scary environment, in my opinion, in terms of, we're kind of out of ammo. We're already at pretty low rates, and, there's going to be recession unless they lower rates, and they don't really have many bullets left for that.
Mr. Robinson, we're really fortunate to have you in the chair. Thank you for your service.
Thanks.
I heard an interesting analysis that unemployment, I have some questions for you.
Sorry.
Yeah, just 3. That unemployment numbers, just like your inflation concerns in terms of reporting accuracy, are not accurate, and that the way that they're counting employment categories is different than it was 10 years ago, and therefore the unemployment numbers are much higher. In fact, there are people that are working 2 jobs, and the numbers aren't right. So I'd be interested in your opinion there. I have some concerns. I've stated this since the pandemic hit up here many times, that I don't believe, I hope I'm wrong, I really hope I'm wrong, that office occupancy is going to come back to the degree that it was anytime in the foreseeable future. And as you know, the business license tax, which is our 3rd most important revenue stream, 2nd or 3rd, is directly related to square footage and head count. So the reason I bring this up, let's assume that there is not the same occupancy that we've expected in El Segundo, because we're already seeing it change in different markets. We've been fortunate to date. And I've also said that I've got plenty of anecdotes from decision makers that are not renewing leases to the same degree that they were in the past. So in January, we rely on that big influx of BLT revenue to come in. So the question is, you feel confident we have the reserves in January? If we had a 30% hit, for example, that'd be large, but that we would be okay.
I mean, I'm sure from a reserve standpoint that we're fine. I think it boils down to kind of the budgetary side of things, of being able to kind of hang on to that. Is this on?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Sorry. And then, yeah, I mean, in terms of, I haven't looked as much into the way they're measuring unemployment, but I think that I've heard a lot of the same things that you have heard and anecdotally seen and felt, and I tend to agree with that as well. That, I mean, it's tough to measure those things. I mean, macroeconomics is a pretty pretty tough thing, you know, to measure. Every scenario is unique, and every scenario, you know, has its own, you know, intricacies. So I don't know if I've necessarily answered your question, but I know that I think that we have the reserves. We certainly will, and I'll make sure that we do. But you know, it's you know, anecdotally, you know, we're only half the time in the office, and we're going to start going back full time eventually. And I've been hearing that the industry is going in that direction.
Good.
That's not every industry, but I don't know. I mean, all I have is really anecdotal thoughts on that, to be honest.
Okay, thanks. And then, do we have, I don't know, the equivalent of gold or any other instrument to hedge that, you know, everything hits the fan? Is there any instrument what would be the best instrument that we have to hedge against dire circumstances economically?
Well, we're not allowed to hold gold or anything like that.
Not even a gold fund?
Can't.
No.
The best, I mean, there's ways into it indirectly, but I don't know that we could do that.
What do we have that could hedge against a serious downturn? Is there anything that?
So, I think that one of, I mean, I guess in terms of scary scenarios, we could buy TIPS, which are Treasury inflation protected securities. So that would potentially hedge against inflation. So that would, you know, if that's a fear, and I've looked into that, and it's been a thought of mine. So, you know.
Does that price like an option, or what is that? What's that?
Basically, you get paid what the CPI measures. Unfortunately, and I know I have problems with the CPI, but
It's the prepper bond.
Yeah.
And it's yeah, no, it's not. I mean, I'm being serious here because we're stewards of funds. I know you're doing a great job, but yeah, it doesn't feel like we have anything to address necessarily, and I'm sure we do have something. A dire situation, which we've had in the past. We had that in 2008. We had that recently in 2020. So I'm just wondering if we have an equivalent. You don't have to answer today. It's just more for further consideration. If there's even allowance, or if you're coming back in 2 weeks, is that something you'd want to consider as a policy decision as well, that you have the ability to change or not, or is that a ridiculous idea? So that's all. That doesn't have to be answered today.
Yeah, I'll look into that, and we can talk about that in a couple of weeks. But yeah, immediately, what comes to mind is the TIPS, and that's not necessarily an abstract instrument that nobody uses or no municipalities own. I've owned some in the past. It doesn't necessarily mean that you think that the world is, you know, going to blow up, but it's a hedge.
Thank you very much. Anything further for Mr. Robinson? Appreciate your time. Thank you. All right, we're going to rewind to item consent, actually, I think is where we are. Let me just see here. Yeah, consent. Any polls on the consent agenda? No polls. All right. Do we have a motion to approve consent?
Giroux, so moved.
First, second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 4-0. Okay, public hearings.
I am happy to see the downtown sidewalk power washing on there.
Thank you, Councilmember Perstock. Yeah. Okay, we have a public hearing. This is item 10. This is time and place here to fix for a public hearing regarding a resolution adopting vehicle miles traveled, otherwise known as VMT, thresholds of significance for purposes of analyzing transportation impacts under the California Environmental Quality Act, otherwise known as CEQA. City Clerk, was proper notice of the hearing given in a timely manner?
Yes, it was.
Thank you. Has any written communication been received regarding this public hearing?
None has been received.
Great, thank you. The public hearing is now open. Mr. George, who will make the presentation?
Yes, the presentation will be made by Principal Planner Paul Samaras.
Okay, great. Good evening, Mayor Boyles and fellow council members. The item before you is a resolution to implement Senate Bill 743. Senate Bill 743 required cities to establish vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, as the metric for transportation impact analyses to replace level of service, or LOS, which was used until recently. We'll try to make this presentation as short as possible for you this evening, and we'll cover these areas here. We'll briefly touch on the existing metric for evaluating traffic impacts and compare it to vehicle miles traveled. Then we will briefly talk about VMT thresholds in the draft policy that we have before you, and summarize the process for analyzing transportation impacts according to the draft policy. As I mentioned at the beginning, until recently, the city used a level of service method when analyzing transportation impacts. Thank you. Of development projects. This approach originated in 1950 when the first edition of the Highway Capacity Manual was published. Although originally this was used for evaluating the capacity of highways, over time it became the basis for evaluating traffic impacts on urban streets as well. It has been the standard for transportation impact studies under CEQA until the last couple of years. The basic approach has been that if traffic increases on a highway and results in significant delays, at a certain point, the street capacity is expanded, either with new highways or new traffic lanes or other improvements to accommodate the additional traffic. After 70 years of practicing this particular policy, we now realize that this has led to some side effects such as urban sprawl, the neglect of transit and active transportation infrastructure, and the phenomenon of induced demand. Under SB 743, VMT is the principal metric and the basis for determining whether a project has significant transportation impacts. This applies only to CEQA, the environmental review process for new development projects. The LOS method can still be used by cities outside of CEQA to measure delays at street intersections and make improvements to street capacity and traffic flow. But the goal of SB 743 and the use of VMT is to make the transportation system more sustainable, reduce greenhouse gases emissions, through denser infill development, reducing single occupant vehicle trips, improving active transportation and transit facilities, and incentivizing development near transit hubs. A simple way to describe the difference between the two is that the LOS approach aimed to manage or accommodate traffic as it increased, whereas the VMT approach looks to shorten or reduce the number of vehicle trips on average. The actual text of SB 743 does not set specific thresholds of significance. So OPR, the Governor's Office of Research and Planning, released some guidelines to give cities some guidance on thresholds that the cities could use, or cities were free to set their own standards or thresholds. Many cities are setting their own policies and thresholds, and so is El Segundo. Although we've been using the state guidelines in the interim while we've been developing our own policy. The thresholds in this draft policy are specific to El Segundo. They take El Segundo's unique circumstances and development into account. And a couple of ways in which the policy before you does that is through the use of what we call big data through a service called Replica, which provides more accurate actual data on VMT compared to the standard SCAG transportation model and is more accurate. This policy uses map-based screening criteria, basically utilizing the fact that we have these light rail stations in the city to help screen out certain projects so they don't have to go through a more cumbersome environmental review. And the use of change in regional VMT average as the threshold of significance for our policy. A quick word about the policy process, the analysis steps in this process. The draft policy establishes a simple 6-step process for evaluating transportation impacts. It's not unlike the previous policy, it just utilizes a different threshold. Step one is establishing the project description. You know, what type of use is being proposed, how much square footage, or if it's a residential project, how many units are involved. Step two is similar to what is done under CEQA. We compare the project to a list of exempt project types. An example of an exemption is small projects under a certain square footage, or neighborhood serving retail sales or services, and others. And if the project falls into one of these categories, it is screened out and no further analysis is needed for the transportation impacts. If the project, however, doesn't fall into one of those exempt categories, then a transportation analysis is needed. In step number 3, we select the applicable threshold depending on the project description. And we agree on the scope of the analysis with the applicant and an engineer that may happen to do the analysis. The analysis is then completed, and if a project exceeds the significance threshold, then we consider and implement mitigation measures so that the project's impacts can be reduced below the level of significance. This is very similar to standard traffic analysis to date. But this particular policy, and for the analysis, the traffic analysis, staff will utilize a web-based tool to conduct the analysis. This tool, called Treadlight, was developed by Kimley Horn and Associates and customized specifically for El Segundo to analyze projects in minutes and establishing whether they have a significant impact or not. It is very simple to use, and as you can see on the screen, you basically select a property on the map, then you plug in on the left side the type of use, the square footage involved, and then this program calculates the VMT for the particular project, and it compares it to the threshold. If you look at the top right side, there's a dark line that goes horizontally. That's, you know, in this theoretical example, the threshold, and below it there's the 2 bars showing the project that having fewer, less VMT impacts than the threshold. So this particular theoretical project, doesn't have significant impacts. So this can be done in a few minutes, basically. Forgive me. That is in summary what the proposed policy is and what this web-based Treadlight tool will do. This policy does not use the one-size-fits-all approach of the state guidelines. It takes El Segundo's specific circumstances into account and addresses El Segundo's unique needs when it comes to economic development and environmental review. And there's no question, for most development projects, this will substantially simplify the traffic impact analysis, reduce the cost, and as a result, it will help streamline the overall environmental review process. And at the same time, it will help reduce the city's average VMT and greenhouse gas emissions, which is consistent with the intent of the state law. With that, and for these reasons, we recommend that the council adopt the draft resolution before you to establish the proposed policy and the new thresholds for transportation impact analysis. Staff and our consultant from Kimley Horn Associates will be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Samaras. Public hearing is now open for public input. Anyone here that would like to address this matter? Okay. Do I have a motion to close public hearing?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Giroux.
Persick, second.
Thank you, Councilmember Perstuck. All those in favor?
Aye.
4-0. Okay, council discussion. Mayor Pro Tem, you're the chair of the South Bay COG Transportation Committee, and I'd say resident expert on all things transportation and other things. Do you have an opinion on this matter?
Well, what I would say is from my mild level of experience is that these things are shaped by local, whether it's jurisdictions or joint powers or municipalities, in ways that best suit their own development needs. And we saw that most recently with the way the airport shaped theirs for their expansion. I think it is important that we adopt something. I think this is probably the best we will do to adequately address this. I think the degree of rigor on it is admirable. But if we don't do it and establish our own, we will be subject to a size that's really structured around like Modesto. And that's not besmirching Modesto, but these sort of one-size-fit patterns that are looped in from the Central Valley. So I think that we would be unwise if we did not establish this.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any other council comments or discussion? Okay. City Attorney, would you read the resolution, please, by title?
Yes, Mayor and Council, a resolution of the City Council of the City of El Segundo adopting vehicle miles traveled, VMT, thresholds of significance for purposes of analyzing transportation impacts under the California Environmental Quality Act and determining that adoption of the VMT thresholds is not a project subject to CEQA review is ready for adoption.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the resolution?
Persick, so moved.
Great, thank you.
Second.
Okay, Drew on the second. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, 4-0. Thank you. We're going to make one other agenda change. We're going to move up item 16 because we've got a speaker here to address a presentation with recommendations for the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee Local Economy Report. Volunteer, Chair Avery Smith. Mr. George, please.
Yes, actually, Mayor, our Deputy City Manager, Barbara Voss, will kick this item off and then turn it over to the chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. As you know, back in June of 2020, City Council established the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee, comprised of 9 members of our community who are passionate and committed to DEI. At that time, City Council asked this committee to study 4 topics. So far, the committee has presented on 2 of these topics. One was the citywide organization, and the second was public safety. So this evening, we are presenting the 3rd topic that was requested by council, which is a research study of the local economy and best practices in DEI within our El Segundo business community. And in addition to doing the research, City Council requested that the DEI committee provide their recommendations for City Council's consideration. So at the end of this report, there are recommendations included, and we're asking Council to receive and file a report and approve the recommendations. This evening we have Avery Smith, who is the chair of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee, and he will be presenting the report. So I'd like to introduce Avery.
Thank you, Deputy City Manager.
Good evening, everybody. Got to do something about this weather. All righty. So I'm here to present the report on the local economy study that, as Deputy City Manager Barbara Voss mentioned, we started this in late 2020. Learned a lot of good things about the local economy, here in El Segundo. Super excited to talk to you guys about that. The first thing that I wanted to mention just really quickly is we have an amazing group of employers who really, really value diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I think the key is, and this is something that I know we've included in the report, but I just want to touch on it really quickly, is they all employ what we call a top-down approach. So from the CEO all the way down to the mid-level managers, there is a focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And that's what really makes these companies very successful in that area. Because the first area that we studied, and how we lay this out to just give you some color on that, is we had a panel with the Aerospace Corporation and Commander Thompson of the Space Force, and CEO of Aerospace Corporation, Mr. Isaacowicz, really listed out for us what are the key areas that employers today are really helping to drive diversity. And so the first is talent acquisition. And as an executive myself, I can tell you this is an area where my company spends a lot of time. And even in this very tight labor market, there are opportunities to be found. And so the first area that I do want to talk about is, again, that talent acquisition. What are key employers doing in El Segundo to go out and find the best talent? And so we were really impressed by AT&T, local employer here, what they're doing, really going out and being able to cast a wide net and looking in areas oftentimes that are neglected. Black student unions, other organizations on college campuses, really being creative, and again, casting a wide net to get the best candidate possible. Again, same with Chevron, also very impressed with what they do in regards to recruiting, partnerships with historically black colleges and universities, Society of Hispanic Professional Engineers, Great Minds in STEM. Just really, again, that's the key, right? Just casting that wide net and really reflecting, again, back to these potential employees, this idea of a top-down approach. And so I just want to jump a little bit and talk a little bit about the recommendation that we made in regards to talent acquisition, which is creating a diversity tab on the elsegundo.org website with a video with council members, city managers, and other key stakeholders with a theme of valuing diversity. Oftentimes, we'll look at a recommendation like this and say, gosh, how much is this going to move the needle potentially, right? But the reality is for those people who are in these communities who are looking to lend their talents, excuse me, they're looking for this kind of content. They're looking for an employer that is signaling to them, right, that they're going to have those same opportunities. And so we think this could be a really nice, low-hanging fruit, I would say, opportunity for the city to employ. So really excited about that one. Second, I want to talk a little bit about representation and training. And as we all know, it seems like, we, as companies, we're engaging in more and more training every year, but this is another example of where local employers have really made a big difference, again. And, once you're driving in that diverse talent, being able to, have your managers a little bit better trained to understand unique issues that may pop up, and again, promoting that idea of wanting to hear problems, from everybody, wanting to have, all of your employees having that person that they can go to confide in. I wanted to give a quick shout out to the LA Times for what they're doing in regards to all of the training that they have employed. I know one of the areas of training that's really helped, especially in my business, has been around unconscious bias. I think that's a really good lead-in because we all have it and we all utilize it regardless of race, gender, sexual orientation. We all have that unconscious bias, and I think that kind of training helps to really foster this environment of bringing us together and not necessarily pointing the finger at one group or another. So that's another recommendation I believe we have here in the report. But again, just really, really impressed overall by the employers here in town and what they're doing. So next is corporate culture, just fostering that environment, right, of being, fostering the environment of diversity. And again, I know I touched on the Aerospace Corporation a little bit before, but I want to touch on them again and just talk about what they're doing. They're one of the companies, and we've seen this more and more, that are creating a DEI cohort or DEI committee within their company. We're finding that that's really powerful way for employees who are looking for something to do beyond just a normal 9 to 5 at a company to be able to get involved. So the aerospace company is a real leader there. And so a lot of the recommendations we have for representation, and training come directly from the Aerospace Corporation. So a couple of recommendations that we have, two from representation, and training, and then the third from corporate culture and community outreach. The first is one of the things that we've seen, and I've seen this in my company as well, is we have these multi-generational levels of employees. So you have employees Gen Z, then you've got the Gen Y, Gen Xers, millennials, and then you have seniors, an increasing number of seniors that, again, I'm seeing even in my company wanting to come back and contribute. And sometimes you have a little bit of a value clash, for lack of a better phrase, between those groups, and really being able to, work with what the city has done with the age-friendly city designation effort that is underway to really encourage and, again, to show seniors that this city is a place for them to, if they want to contribute their talents and come back into the workforce. One of the things that I've always tried to impress upon everybody I've talked to about DEI is to not put it in a box and not think of it as just, African Americans or Jewish people or LGBT or whatever it may be. One of the biggest groups in DEI are seniors. And then you also talk about folks who are disabled as well. And oftentimes, unfortunately, seniors fall in both of those buckets. And so I think for the city, it's a great opportunity, again, to welcome those individuals back to the workforce who really contribute a lot and who really oftentimes take jobs that have been really hard for us to fill. So really excited about that action item, along with adding links from the HR to the DEI committee page on the city's website. So from the HR page on the website to DEI, and again, just a reflection of what we're already doing. And then, again, I touched on this a little bit before, but with the corporate culture and community outreach, again, a recommendation that we have is a focus group for employees in the city to be able to, if they have any, concerns or issues that they may have, it's an opportunity, again, for them to voice what they may be feeling as well. And this is something that, of course, we were going to be working with HR within the city and the citywide organization as well. So finally, the opportunities, number 5, opportunities to partner and promote local business leaders. The panel that we did last year, again, with aerospace and the U.S. Space Force was just phenomenal. I just want to read something really impactful, a quote for those who are watching that was said by General Thompson of the U.S. Space Force. He said, "I'm sitting here today as a representative of the United States military because I wholeheartedly believe, and I believe that history shows that initiatives and programs that we instill about diversity and inclusion makes us a stronger organization. Without diversity at SMC, we fail our mission, and that's unacceptable to us." I think that's incredibly powerful. And again, it really shows this idea that, again, DEI is more than just one thing or another. People often ask me, what the goal of DEI should be, and they're searching for it, and I tell them the best goal out there is the Pledge of Allegiance, right? One nation indivisible with liberty and justice for all. We already have it there. And so for a member of the military to really make that statement, I thought was, again, very powerful, and it shows this idea of all of us working together. And so, again, we have this great talent, these great leaders here in El Segundo. I think we have an opportunity with this recommendation of one panel a year, being able to showcase some of these individuals and really, again, show to individuals outside of El Segundo what we're doing. And we got some amazing quotes from Homeland Security, for instance, about how impressed they were with what we were doing. And so, again, we're doing a lot of great things. Oftentimes, we don't show it. We're a humble, awesome city, but sometimes, we do need to show outside and reflect what we're doing, because we're really have some amazing, talented business leaders in our community. And so, and I'm, proud to be a part owner of our company and live here in El Segundo and want to see us continue to grow and thrive. So, with that, I think I've gone over all of the initial action items. And again, that final one, just to kind of wrap that, was, again, setting a goal, one a year. We think that's pretty attainable. There is a lot of behind the scenes that goes into these panel discussions, but we think they could be absolutely very fruitful for the town. So with that, short and sweet, a lot shorter than the first two, but I wanted to kind of close with that and obviously answer any questions.
Thank you, Chair Smith, and
Yes.
it's a real, we're very fortunate to have you serve on this DEI committee from the beginning and now chairing the committee, so thank you very much for your time and commitment. I know you got a business to run and sports to deal with and kids and all that stuff, so appreciate it.
Absolutely.
I love that you also use the word humble. I don't know, when we've been saying we're the most important 5 square miles economically in Southern California the last 6 years or so, but we're still humble.
That's right.
I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues. I have one question. One of the things that I was asked at a demonstration right out front of City Hall, right in the thick of the pandemic, several hundred people out there, is how many minority-owned businesses do we have in town? And I couldn't provide that answer. And as part of this study, I don't know, have we looked at that yet? Do we have those numbers? I apologize if, no? Because I think if we haven't, we should, I don't know if my colleagues agree, but understand that. And then also, when you talk about this panel, I think it's a great idea. My preference would be, we've done a good job as a city from a brand awareness standpoint of showcasing the big businesses in town, like Beyond Meat, the ones that were born here and went IPO and had $1 billion exit, and big Boston properties. And we do, what's the scoop we do on the El Segundo TV, or it's What's Up El Segundo? Is that one, or Business Matters?
Business Matters. And
Business
What's Up El
Matters.
Segundo.
So I think
Yeah.
it would be good to have a segment on Business Matters featuring some of the minority-owned businesses and do more outreach there as well. So that's just my thought there. I'm going to ask my colleagues to weigh in on that, and on the other, there's 5 recommendations you're looking for approval on, right? Okay. First, before we open up for comments, let's just take a vote on receiving and file. Do we need to take a vote on that? We don't really, do we?
No, you
Okay,
don't.
thanks. All right, I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues.
I'll go first. So thank you, Avery.
Yes,
Very well
absolutely.
job. Very
Thank
great
you.
job.
Thank you.
And I just want to thank you because one of the things that, as you were talking and some of the recommendations you guys have proposed, what they show is commitment, longevity, and transparency. Those are the 3 things, because we want this to be something that we don't just adopt for today. It's something that we're embracing forever.
Absolutely.
And I think that your idea of putting the tab on the website is really great. And that, I would love to also see those quotes from the companies on the tab.
Mhm.
Like, as we do interview companies, because it's not just about our residents and our community, but it's about who, beyond that, because we are a big, we have a lot of big companies, and we could highlight those companies to say, here's what's going on there, put the
Absolutely.
quotes up there, and I just think this is, it's really great. It really ticks the 3 boxes.
Yes.
The transparency, the commitment, and the longevity, and that's what I like to see.
Absolutely,
And
absolutely.
I'm glad you reached upon about the seniors.
Yes.
Because I do think they are we are an aging society, and we need to make sure that they are welcome and they're not just being pushed out. Because, with seniors, and now I'm getting up there, I'm not senior, but I don't think of myself as a senior. But as technology advances so fast, you get left behind.
Absolutely.
And it's important that they don't feel undervalued, because, one of the things that if you look, I'm big on colloquialisms, sayings, like people say, like, don't be penny wise, pound foolish,
Right.
All those things have meanings because they've been lived before.
Yes.
And I feel like sometimes this generation, they forget
Yes.
that these seniors have knowledge, and history doesn't change. History just repeats itself.
Absolutely.
And so I'm just glad to hear that we're, looking at the seniors and making sure that they're included as well.
I'm going to take that one home, Councilwoman Perstuck, and tell it to my kids, because that's good. I completely agree. And then one quick thing about the longevity, and I think this is a credit to Deputy City Manager and all the folks that work with the local businesses. I can tell you that I think all of them have wanted to maintain and continue this relationship, right? So we talked to them, we interviewed them, and they all had this sense of like, let's keep going. What can we do, right? And so there's really a great relationship already that I can see between the city and these local businesses. And so all we need to do is just expand upon that. And again, they're willing and ready to help us.
And one of the things I always say is that, our companies that are here, we treat them like family. And I think by having that dialogue and opening and showing that, we want to partner and give them an opportunity to showcase themselves,
Yep.
they become part of the family.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more.
Avery, as usual, well done.
Thank you.
Really comprehensive report, and I know that it's a lot of hours put into doing something like that. So, and I know oftentimes the committee seems to be shorthanded with people moving out of town and replacements. So, thank you for that. But one of the things I know you and I talked about this extensively is that the idea about the DEI committee is to do an internal audit, right? Yes. So it's what are we doing? What can we improve upon? What can we do better? So the local economy report.
Sure.
The way I look at it is, it's us taking a look at what the private industry is doing and seeing, is there anything that we can take away from that to make us better? Is that how your group saw it? And then conversely, is there anything that we can do to help facilitate that?
Right.
Okay.
Right, exactly.
So Am I?
Yes,
Okay,
correct.
all right. So then on, again, on your recommendations, number one, the talent acquisition, I want to say it's easy to do. It is easy to do, but it has an impact.
Yes.
And I would assume this is something that you see those private businesses
Absolutely.
doing, right? So it's
Absolutely.
good to adopt a policy like
Exactly.
that. And then the representation and training, the thing is, I like recommendations, but I need to know how we can actually do it.
Right.
And
Right.
is it feasible? So
Right.
when I'm
Absolutely.
looking at 2 and 3, I'm not quite sure. Like 3 is basically making a link between the pages.
Yep.
Okay, I got that. I just want to know how it's a recommendation, but what are we supposed to do with it?
Right.
That's probably the next step you got to take
Sure.
on that one. So
Yes.
I'm not sure how to talk about number 2.
Okay.
All right, at this
Okay.
point.
Got it.
When we get down to number 5, and I know this is a topic we talked about a lot.
Yes.
So the way I look at this is, if we're going to make an impact, say once a year, even twice a year on something like that, it seems to me that the private businesses are the ones that are way ahead of us right now on this.
Mm-hmm.
So wouldn't it be in our best interest, or a better way to approach this, saying that can the DEI use this as a vehicle to get the community of businesses together to put something on? All right, because I don't think it's necessarily something that we can be part of that, but I don't know necessarily if it's going to make the same impact that it would from an AT&T and a Boeing and a Raytheon and things like that, to kind of drive it as a little bit bigger of a
Sure.
of an informational piece.
Sure.
So that might be my challenge on that.
Okay.
I do hesitate when I said to say the city should drive this.
Right.
It's difficult sometimes comparing private business to public government, right? There's just things that just can't be done on both
Right.
ends, but I do think you have something there.
Right.
I would just maybe explore how we can do it so it's a bit more of a community aspect of it, rather than just us driving it.
Got it.
Okay?
Okay, sure.
That's all I got. Other than that, fantastic, as usual.
Thank you.
Well done.
Appreciate it.
So the one thing on that last piece on number 5, I think, we do have the media, our El Segundo business media. We do the What's Up El Segundo and the business, what's it called? Business Matters. If we are able to have a panel, the thing is we can film it and then use that and put that on our website,
Right.
and it becomes, I don't want to say promotional material because it's not about promoting, but it's transparency material. It's like, here's what is going on in El Segundo. Here's the dialogue they're having. So to me, it's more of a use to communicate out what's
Right.
going on,
Yes.
rather than, and that's what triggers the change.
Yep.
Like if people don't know it's there, then they don't know the change is happening. But
Sure.
if we can highlight the change and highlight what's happening, I think that goes a long way.
Absolutely.
That's how
Absolutely.
I was interpreting it.
Sure, yep.
More of giving us, letting us provide the opportunity to highlight that.
Right.
And we have the media to do it, so that's.
Yeah, absolutely. If I could just jump in real quick, I think there's a definite happy medium. I think the way that I was thinking about this is that the city would curate, kind of the structure, but not necessarily the content. Right, you leave the content up to those private employees. 'Cause, you're right. They are light years ahead. I don't say light years, but they're definitely ahead, right? And there's an opportunity for them, and I think they get excited around that specific content. But again, the overall structure, I think, is more of an area that I think would be a better fit for the city.
Thank you, Avery.
Yeah, absolutely.
On number 5, we have a bit of an informal medium for that already, where the chamber regularly hosts featured lunch and learn speakers and things. And with our business website, we can also tie in. So that one is nakedly promotional. There's really not a degree of middle ground on that. I mean, that is a completely self-serving webpage. So I think we're sort of free to do with that as we will. I do have a question that involves HR and the city attorney on item 4. If we're going to have focus groups, are those outside of the bargaining units for a given employee? If an employee has a grievance, or I shouldn't say grievance, a festering conceivable grievance, rather than go to a focus group of all city employees based on an implication that it has a DEI component, is that something that interferes with our MOUs? Do they have a grievance procedure inside their bargaining unit?
Which page are you on?
I'm looking at the cultural community outreach with internal focus groups for employees. If those things turn into an employee feels like they are slighted on the basis of a DEI component, they're in a protected class, is it something that should be resolved within their bargaining unit?
Yeah, it's something that should be resolved by going through the HR department, either to the person's supervisor or to the HR department, or if appropriate or necessary, brought up to the city manager's office. So no, the personnel matters are not under the jurisdiction of the DEI committee and can't be. There's privacy rights of both the individuals who may have a complaint about how they're allegedly being treated in the workplace, but also those that the complaint are against have privacy rights. And so we have to very carefully navigate those waters and protect everybody's rights. And even the council doesn't get involved in personnel matters unless it involves either the city manager or myself. And so
I think that's what I'm sort of driving at. With number 4, I think it's a very good recommendation. We just want to make sure that has very clear instructions that if an employee feels like they have a grievance, that will
Right.
throw a spanner in the works on that. I did have a question on talent acquisition and some of these companies. Did they reference, were they working at all with the South Bay Workforce Investment Bureau, with the SBWIB, which is the clearinghouse for people regionally, particularly if you're coming out of, vocations all the way up to executives? That is something that we fund as a region. Did they touch on that at all?
Yeah, I don't remember. I don't know, Barbara, do you? I don't remember.
Because that is tremendous pipeline.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, I believe some of the companies mentioned that they do work with the WIB, the Workforce Investment Board. And that's also something within economic development that we recommend to companies as a resource if they're needing to hire, which most of them are right now. But yeah, we do partner with them.
Because if we want to turn on the faucet for training and talent acquisition, that is a huge resource to link this to, and I think we'd be remiss if we missed that. And plus, they'd come here and beat us over the head with their annual report, which is like 30 pounds. It's at the tome. I mean, honestly, yeah, it's like Peter Abelard. But thank you very much.
Absolutely.
So those are my only things on, I guess that's 1, 3, 4, and 5.
Thank you.
All right, so I don't think I heard any changes to the recommendations necessarily. Councilmember Giroux, you had one.
I'm not sure there's changes. I just want to know what's viable. I think they're all good recommendations. And again, on number 4 there, I don't think you're saying DEI should be going, handling all that. I understand what you're recommending there. Okay. I just think that it might be a good idea to maybe tick off what we can and then go through with HR, Rebecca, see what can we actually do here? How do we actually get it done? Because I don't believe there's anything in here that there's a problem. I think it's all a move forward. That's all. I would just just from a policy standpoint is what can and cannot be done.
Got it. So you're comfortable, if I hear you correctly, moving forward on a vote for the recommendations. It's a matter of implementation with staff, or no?
Well, I think before we can move, we have to figure out whether they're actually actionable, right, or whether they're possible.
Yeah,
I see Rebecca in the back there, kind of.
Mrs. Reddick? Yeah.
Didn't mean to put you on the spot, Rebecca.
By the way, while she's coming up, Chair Smith, L'Oreal, I was at their grand opening.
Yeah.
Incredible employer. That's their second headquarters in the U.S. is El Segundo, where they combine 4 brands.
Wow.
They have 18 or so brands under their portfolio. They also do a bunch of venture funding, and when you looked around at that audience, they had diversity really well represented, and they're really good about that. So they'd be another great employer to connect with now that they're here in town. I know that the CEO and the president would both welcome that conversation.
Absolutely.
I'd be happy to make an intro.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that'd be great. I've got some
Especially
personal
female
connections there,
orientated,
too.
very female orientated.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be great. Okay.
Council Manager had a question for you. You want to clarify it for him, please?
I assume you've seen some of the recommendations and the kind of things I'm talking about here.
A lot of the, thank you, number 4. Well, many of these things we're already doing. I know one of these items in here was to
hide personally identifiable information on the applications, which we already do that. We've implemented mandatory microaggression training online for all of our employees. There's 3 different short sessions on that. And we do automatically advertise to, I think it's 8 diversity websites every time we post a job. So we're doing that as well. The number 4 item, the corporate culture and community outreach, we would have to take a look at that to see what exactly does that involve, and who would be involved, how much time, and what is the goal of that? What are we looking to accomplish?
So you're saying the first 3 we're doing?
We actually have we're starting to include on all of our job descriptions. We're revising a lot of our classifications to include a diversity statement. So every time I bring a job description to council for approval, at the very bottom, it has a citywide diversity statement. So we are including that. We can include a diversity tab on our HR page on the internet.
So essentially, the only one that we're really not sure about is number 4, right? And that's just from legal perspective.
So if I could jump in.
Yeah.
One of the things that, and this is also something that Avery and I have talked about, combining and not necessarily having this local economy subcommittee, but having the local economy subcommittee merge into the citywide organization committee, because that's really where the action is going to take place. So this might be the last presentation of the local economy. But one thing that the citywide organization group, working with Rebecca and Human Resources, recommended was a membership in GARE. One of their recommendations was to have some kind of internal forum related to DEI. We don't know what that's going to look like yet, or could look like. We don't know about resources for that yet. But the DEI subcommittee really liked that idea of bringing people together within the organization to be able to have a forum to discuss DEI-related issues. And so that's as far as we've gotten on that.
So essentially, then we can just move forward with have staff taking a look and seeing what we can do to implement these, and that's kind of what our job is tonight. Am I correct? Okay, I'm good then.
You want to move approval of items, the recommendations 1 through 5, knowing
Yes.
that staff has to work out? Okay.
Sorry, so
Yeah,
moved.
no, you got it, thank you. Do we have a second?
Per 6 second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
4-0. All right, thank you, Chair Smith, appreciate your time. See you under the Friday night lights.
Absolutely.
Okay, we're on to, as a reminder, we're deferring on item 11. Chevron's going to come back, $75,000. It's already in print. They've been really big supporters of economic development way back when I was chair of Economic Development Council for 8 years or something, or more.
Yes, we are now at over $1.3 million
Wow.
in grant funding for El Segundo economic development.
That's great.
From
So
Chevron.
we look forward to hearing from them.
Yes.
And seeing one of those big checks, I'm sure.
Yes.
Okay, item 12, Main Street Imperial Highway Monument Sign. Who will present on this?
Yes, Mayor, this will be...
By the way, I'm sorry, Mr. George, to interrupt. Y'all, okay? Bathroom break, or is everyone good? Okay, we'll keep going. I'll wait
Great.
then.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this item will be, the presentation will be given by our Public Works Director.
Right.
At least introducing the item.
Right. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. This item before you is the 2 concepts design regarding the entry feature at the intersection of Imperial Highway and Main Street. So on January 6th of this year, at the direction of the City Council, the staff executed an agreement with the firm of Hirsch and Associates for the design of the entry feature at the southwest corner of Imperial Highway and Main. The consulting firm has prepared 2 concepts. At this time, I would like to introduce you to Mr. Chuck Foley, who is going to be making a presentation of these 2 concepts. I've got the presentation here, so as I move the slides, Mr. Foley will go over these 2 concepts, and we would like to get direction from City Council as to which one of these two concepts we will, you would like for us to advance this design, so.
Good evening. Good evening. Chuck Foley with Hirsch & Associates, and I'm here. I'll just walk you through where we started. So we're very excited to be working on this project, and the city has so much dynamic synergy with it that it was actually kind of a fun and easy approach to what is the monument going to be, and what is it going to represent. So the thought was, who is the city of El Segundo? And even sitting here tonight, there's been so much discussed and talked about. But for us, we looked at the diversity within the city. The city is over 100 years old. It was incorporated in 1917, so there's that history there. The city has its own beach, as you obviously know, and park system. It's, as discussed earlier, has the second most Fortune 500 companies in California. A long aerospace and aeronautical history here. The petroleum industry, of course. Strong residential and community. Vibrant Main Street business district. And then a diversity with corporate corporations here that are at home in El Segundo. So we have toy manufacturers, internet technology, video gaming. So there's so much happening here, and of course the city's newspaper. So what is the monument sign? How do we want that to be represented? When folks come to the city of El Segundo and they enter Main Street, what are they going to see? Is it just a sign, or is it a monument that really represents community here? And so, Elias, if you can go to the first slide. This first concept is what we're named the character of El Segundo. And what you're looking at is a timeline, if you will, or a artistic representation of qualities within the city of El Segundo. So starting from left, the idea is that we start with, say, early representation from Native Americans, and as we move towards the right, we start to develop through with the oil industry, the aeronautical industry, new technologies, circuit boards, and then on the far right-hand side, really representation of connectivity in the future and that sort of thing. The idea is that on the lower left panel, you'll see, which is a laser-cut piece of steel or aluminum, and it's mounted in front of a plane. It could be concrete, could be a paneled representation. It looks as though it's concrete. That this tan laser-cut panel is offset and presents itself that way. So you kind of walk through the beaches, natural aspect of agriculture from the city from years ago, all the way through the contemporary time frame. Can you please fast? Yeah. So lighting, as part of the charge for the design, the description was also dynamic lighting and what does it look like in the at night when you're driving past at night or walking past. So what you're looking at is a representation. Whoop. Yeah, what you're looking at there is a representation of two different lighting approaches. So one is on the top approach, it's LED lighting that is colorized with white LED light behind the steel panels. The lower exhibit represents colored LED lighting, which would be color changing as it morphs, and those can be programmed with different show panel type, so it actually has some sort of dynamic change to it without the white light. And so you have two different approaches to lighting it there. Go ahead. And what you're looking at here is a plan view of the corners. So Main Street's on your right-hand side, Imperial Highway is across the top, running left to right on the page. And the corner element, the sign right now, what's out there now is a bit dated, right? So we have some grass, we have some older palm trees that are out there that really aren't doing too much for an entrance to the city. So the thought here was to try to present the new monuments in a contemporary light and still have a softness to it, or naturalness to it that is reflective of the city's earlier history. So the thought is you'd have decomposed granite and planters that would allow us to present this monument to the public. And here's a representation we've put together heading eastbound on Imperial, what you would see from a driven lane as you head eastbound on Imperial. And as you're taking that right-hand turn heading westbound onto Main, what that corner might look like. Sign, the monument concept number 2 is what we're calling our old-time postcard. That's where we drew some inspiration for this element. So these are large block font letters, and on each of those letters is also sort of the representation of the city. So it isn't just a concrete sign as you see in the middle source image there. Each of those letters can have graphics on them, bring kind of artistic flair to it that reflects, again, those sorts of qualities that we've identified. So, you know, the beach and natural elements, industry that's within the city, park space, biking, all those sorts of activities that exist within the city would be reflected in that. Next slide, Elias. And at night, that could be also lit up where those panels really jump and present themselves to folks as they enter the city. Again, the same corner treatment. So either way, we could either sign a monument sign can be cited with this design. So it works for both. Go ahead, Elias. And again, eastbound Imperial, what you would see from the traveled lane, and there's that westbound view as well.
You want to talk about the cost?
Sure. So they're both relatively similar in their costs. They're estimated for this sign as approximately $420,000, and I believe if you go back to the original, we're at $440. So they're pretty close in their costs. As it relates to vandalism and maintenance, what can be done it's a public installation, it's out in the open. What if somebody decided to do something to it? So the thought process on the old-time postcard sign is that each of those panels, each of those color panels can be, the artwork is already on file digitally, and so those are high-pressure compressed signage panels. It's the type of stuff you see out on trailheads or in educational installations at beaches or museum quality type things. So they could be replaced and replicated if somebody decided to damage them. On the character of El Segundo, if that could be, the thought there could be Cor-10 steel, or it could be powder-coated steel or aluminum. Each of that particular sign would be panelized so that if somebody was to damage something, let's just say they came up and spray painted it and it was Cor-10 steel, it could be removed and then retreated to provide that patina on the front of it, or if it was a spray painting, of course you could power wash it, but let's just say somebody decided to take a hammer to it or that sort of thing. Each panel can be removed so that you're not replacing a whole section. You would take off your 5x4 panel, the CAD file you have to have another one recut and reinstalled. So there was some thought into longevity and how the sign would weather over time, and what would you do if worst case scenario happens, somebody decided to try to damage it. With that, I'll open it to questions. Or
yeah, thank you, Mr. Foley. Thank you, Mr. Sassoon. I'll turn to my colleagues for comments or questions.
I'd like to salute our courage on this, because no matter what we pick, 30 years of mockery. I can say B for no real reason. I have no artistic sensibility. I like it better. So my vote's B.
But we don't have to pick, we're not.
What's another few years?
No, but we're, well, I just want to make sure, how much money we put aside for this and where the $450,000 would come from. And I really want to understand what's costing the money. Is it the landscaping or is it the actual monument? And then, we did receive a letter from Julie Stolnick today that I'm not sure if we can read out loud but basically.
You just touch on, why don't you highlight on some of our concerns?
So basically, she was part of the project from the very beginning, and she represented the Parks and Recs Commission, and her thought process is that...
She was also on the Gateway Committee.
In the Gateway Committee, and so she was surprised because she thought that the budget was $150,000, not $450,000, and she's not sure, that in her letter that there's so many other projects, especially in their parks and recs, that need to be done, that where this money is going to come from, and should this money not be put to better use in our parks and recs?
We budgeted this specifically from the Art and Culture Fund.
But do we have the $450 from the Arts and Culture Fund?
It's 300 is from the Arts and Culture, and 130 comes from the general fund.
That's correct.
B. I want to thank you, Mr. Foley. I know this is a tough job. And to Mayor Pro Tem's point, there's a famous clock tower in town that still gets ridiculed today, as well as a parking garage that is not very well utilized or monetized. So that's
well aware.
Given the cynicism. Okay.
Yes, well aware.
Yeah. Okay. Heard from Councilmember Drew. Any comments?
I have a problem spending $450,000 on a sign in a tough part of town. I do believe that maybe something is needed, but I know we've also talked about other entries into town needing something, for example, up Grand. And if we're taking $450 and splitting it up, doing two signs, I could kind of validate that. I just think it's difficult. And you mentioned about replacement panels. I'm assuming that's not free when that happens. I give it 48 hours before something's spray painted on that. Yeah. It's because of where it is in town. It's going to get damaged right away. So, I mean, like, I need to add that cost in. I'm pretty sure there's not like, buy one monument and get a bunch of panels for free in this deal. So it's going to cost. So it's not $440, it's $500,000.
So when we've done detailed estimates as best as we can at this stage of development. We did price those panels and talked to a fabricator and actually got real quotes. The quotes these days are good for about 2 weeks with the escalation of material costs. But so yes, you're correct. There is a cost to replace that. You have labor and material, but it wasn't as shocking per panel as you would think. But agree with you and duly noted.
I remember when I was 22, I just got in the military, and the first job I took out of the military, unlike Mr. Pimentel, was running bowling alleys for Brunswick Corporation, which is a Fortune 500 company at the time. And what did I learn from Management Training 101? What's one of the most important attributes of any organization from a branding standpoint? A sign, a marquee, a placeholder. We do not have anything in town. So I know it's a lot of money. I agree with you. We have Grand as an entry point from the beach. We have the one on PCH and Imperial already, but even at Rosecrans, I don't believe we have anything there, do we?
No.
We do?
No, we don't.
We don't. We have one. Yeah, we have one. I think farther east on Rosecrans, coming off Hawthorne, maybe.
Just says join ESPD. That one?
Yeah, right, okay. So anyway, we have to do something, and I also, like Mayor Pro Tem, I like the second version better than the first. I think it could go smaller. I think that we could do it
we could tighten it up a little bit, but I like it conceptually, and I think that we could do it in multiple locations if a bit smaller, and I have similar concerns about maintenance and ongoing repairs and all that. But I do think a marquee is very important for, and we're going to talk later about Imperial, because that's just it's a disgrace how Imperial looks right now. I know we're working with the city of LA, trying to get them to move forward on that. We need something there. So anyway, those are my thoughts.
I just don't understand the rocks either, the
Oh,
front.
okay, so,
And
yeah.
that's why I want to understand, can you break down the costing, the landscaping versus the sign? Because I'm struggling. Yeah, yeah.
Sure.
It would be helpful to understand the components of the cost breakdown.
Sure. I don't know, how you want to.
Yeah, go ahead then.
So, the existing wall that's out there now, the rock wall, is proposed to be demolished. And the thought was, across the street, we still have the existing wall that would remain in place on the other side of Main. And we could, when that wall is demolished, we could salvage some of that cobble and reuse it. Contemporary landscapes, corporate campuses, college universities, you'll see use of aggregate in landscape as well as landscaping as well as plants. So one of the things that we had kind of conceptually talked about is you could even have a smaller plaque that describes in greater detail the conceptual notion behind the sign, what you're actually looking at, so you can understand. Well, number one, you can learn something about your city or El Segundo when you're there, and two, understand what you're looking at, the interpretation of the city and the importance of those items. And to do that, we could provide access through decomposed granite and then reuse the rocks that were out there, so that you still have that original, the old sign and the original wall that was out there still is somewhat represented and matches what's across the street. From a standpoint, we do have a breakdown. I don't have it here in front of me, but we can give you a breakdown of sign versus site work. And there's also a lighting cost as well. So the existing meter that's out there, the existing power meter that's out there is in poor shape, so that needs to get replaced. And then you'd have a new lighting controller out there there's power, but it's old and dilapidated, so it needs to get refreshed.
And then the purpose of the decompressed granite, is that so people can walk through there? That's what the intention is?
Yes, you could walk through there, and you could approach the sign and be able to either one of the signs and be able to look in details to what was represented there.
One of the cool things, we had an Eagle Scout do the sitting area, viewing area across from the DWP tank on Grand. And one of the cool things that Jack Crawford did when he built that was he put a QR code there.
Oh.
That brings up our website, which I think Deputy City Manager Voss's team did, maybe not. But is that right? Yeah, you did, right? No? Anyway, it pulls up cool information about John Van Hammersveld, El Segundo High School alum who designed that tank. So I love the idea of it, a little plaque with a QR code that could be updated over time that reflects all of the incredible stuff that happens in this town, and kids going over there at some point, maybe on a field trip, who knows? But
yeah, we did a plaza in the city of Long Beach, downtown Long Beach, that offered that same experience where you had a QR code that you could, it was Harvey Milk Park, and so you could go in and learn about Harvey Milk and all the things that he did. So there's a lot of synergy there, and there's a lot of opportunity to have this become a focal and feature piece rather than just a sign.
Mayor, I just wanted to point out that the QR code at the John Van Hammersveld mural was a collaboration between the Arts and Culture Committee and the Eagle Scout Project, if you remember that. Yeah. Just to give credit.
So one of the other things we had talked about, like on that green belt area, was putting like a walk path Now, if that $450,000 included that path, I'd be a little more open to it. I'm struggling with the $450,000.
Where are they walking to, though? I guess.
Well, no, like along the green belt, like, like take that path. And so if that becomes a circular around the sign, you could create a walking path on that green belt to make it like a loop, a circular loop.
It was an idea that was presented, I believe, at a strategic planning session 3 years ago or so, where it was, and one of the rec park ideas proposed was to better utilize that space where the memory trees are and stuff going up and down
So
the Imperial Court.
if you could build a walking path that was a loop, and it's the end of the loop, that I would be more open to that under the $450,000 umbrella, but I do struggle with the cost.
Do you have a general sense of, Mr. Foley, like if we reduce the size, the scale of that thing by half or something, what that would it reduce the?
I don't think that it reduces your construction cost by half, because you have inherent site costs there that you're going to have to pick up. So the demolition and the electrical work it is what it is, and then the economy of scale will be.
You know what? That's a great. So if we could see the breakdown of the proposed budget, and then how much of it is earthworks, for lack of a better term, that's going to have to be done regardless of the installation. That would help the council to know, like, we're going to spend 200 grand just to set the foundation for any sign, as an example. Then it becomes less important. It is what it is. Like, we have to make this ground, or we got to decide it's just going to leave it as is. Probably not. That level of analysis would help us, I think.
Sure, and maybe we can also incorporate some sort of a walking path and kind of make up for the budget within the existing features we have right now and kind of balance it out.
Because that green belt area is really used right now just for dogs and people, it's not optimized. But if you had a walking path that was a full loop that people could jog along or walk along in the evening and walk around the sign, then I can understand that you're incorporating it as part of your parks. But just as a standalone sign that really doesn't have any kind of destination, I struggle with.
If I may ask, the rock, was your concern loose rock? Because if that's what it is, we could use some sort of maybe cement and kind of make sure they are not loose rocks in the bottom. We could make
it's not the loose rock. It was just more the harshness of it.
harshness. Okay.
I found it very it's harsh.
Harsh.
It's kind of like not welcoming.
Right. So is it the wish of the city council not to include rock, or, I mean, when we come back, we want to make sure we bring you something to your liking?
I'm sure there's other options, right?
Right.
Maybe it's not such a big area. It just seemed very harsh, like a jagged edge.
Right. Okay.
It's not welcoming you're trying to welcome people into the town, and you've got this barrier of rock that's it screams.
Yeah. We can look at some
enter
different
for me.
options.
Right. So one more question, if I may ask, and then is it okay for us to assume the budget that you feel comfortable with is max 250,000?
No.
I think let's just see the breakdown. Let's understand the different aspects of that demolition and rebuild, and then I think we can make that decision.
Okay.
I was going to ask you too, the greenery that's there, is that drought resistant? Is there irrigation system there? Is it?
Correct. So the plants are all drought resistant, and there would be a drip irrigation system for those plants and trees. Yes.
I worry a bit if you look at Imperial, and as part of our settlement agreement with LAX, they're going to be redoing the Imperial median, but in the meantime, we got to look at this just travesty of weeds, and it looks like trash everywhere.
Yeah.
I worry about the same kind of thing there, and so one of the things I would be interested in is no greenery whatsoever, and no irrigation. What might that look like too as a variation?
Yeah, because then you have the greenery at the back, the trees at the back, which are tied to the green belt, and that you can ensure that there's irrigation there.
Yeah, particularly if it's cost savings too. So, do you have enough direction to have us come back?
Yes, sir.
I think We kind of like number 2, right? So they're focusing on one thing instead of both?
Number 2, yeah.
I mean, at risk of us rushing into something. I mean, this committee convened in 2016 for a sign. This is not the big dig.
Relative to our budget, it's probably similar to Big Dig.
What does bullet train connect to the sign? That's all.
Yeah, I mean, it's 1/16 of our budget. The Big Dig is probably more substantial than the Big Dig.
We will
deposit.
try and bring this back as quickly as possible so we can finalize everything.
Right.
Okay, so,
How much time do you think we'll need to?
I'm sorry,
to create some
1/60th,
options?
Chris.
Right, how much-
I'm at this.
A couple weeks?
So we have enough to come back with?
Yes, we'll be back, possibly next meeting, if we can. We'll work with the design team to.
Thank you very much, I appreciate
Thank you
it.
very much.
Make sure it's the same 2 pictures, though. Do not add another picture.
Thank you.
I'm going to propose a 5-minute break. You guys are you okay with that? Anyone opposed? Okay, we'll come back at 20, let's just call it 21:20.
Yes, Rebecca will be.
All right, we're back in session. We're on to item 13, implementation of the reorganization of city departments. Mr. George.
Yes, our Human Resources Director, Rebecca Reddick, will make the presentation.
Good evening again, Mayor and members of the council. The item before you tonight is the first reading of an ordinance which would implement the reorganization of 2 city departments and then the retitling of the corresponding department director positions that was defined in the adopted budget for fiscal year 22-23. These proposed changes would also be incorporated into existing city resolutions and agreements with the references to the old titles. The accompanying resolution that goes along with the ordinance is required by CalPERS to update the job titles. If the ordinance is approved with the second reading, then the resolution would become effective on that same date. So the 2 departments are Community Services. The Parks Division from the Public Works Department was recently merged with Community Services. In the adopted budget, the department was newly renamed to Recreation, Parks, and Library to more appropriately reflect all divisions within the department. Along with this change, the department director requires a retitling as well. So that would be from Director of Community Services to Director of Parks, Recreation, and Library. And then the second department that this affects is the Development Services Department. In the budget, that was renamed to Community Development Department to realign with industry standards for building, planning, and neighborhood preservation services provided. The proposed new title for that department director position is Director of Community Development. So staff is seeking council direction to schedule the second reading of the ordinance for the following meeting on September 20th, 2022, or take alternative action. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Any questions? Okay. So first we need a motion to adopt the resolution establishing the basic monthly salary ranges reflecting the revised titles for the job classifications of Director of Community Development and Director of Recreation, Parks, and Library.
Perfect, so moved.
Great. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
3-0.
And I would just note on the resolution, that'll become, rather than the date that's on it, Tracy, it's going to become effective with the adoption of the ordinance that's on the same item. We'll give you the language on that. And then the next one is an ordinance amending the El Segundo Municipal Code to reflect changes to the city's internal organization, including revised names of certain departments and classifications, is ready for introduction.
We just need someone to introduce that.
I will. So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Drew.
So this will be brought back for action and potential adoption at your September 20th council meeting.
Great. So we are directing staff to schedule the ordinance's second reading. Yes, you just said that. Okay, great. I think we're done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Reddick. All right, next up, item 14, El Segundo 2022-2026 strategic plan.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And before I turn it over to our management analyst, Portland, you know, as you know, the strategic plan is kind of like a roadmap to guide all the work that we do here in the city. And the plan before you this evening is a 4-year, as you said, 4-year period, 2022 through 2026. And it really articulates the vision, the mission, values of the city, establishes a set of goals, priorities, strategies for the future. And as the council knows, earlier this year, actually now back in January, things were kicked off, but it all culminated with an April workshop that we all participated in all day to really come together as executive team and council and begin to map this out. A number of changes were made from the earlier plan, which Portland will go over this evening, but tonight this item is before you for really adoption. But again, we thank you, and I thank the executive team for all the time and effort in getting to this point. So with that, I'll turn it over to Portland.
Good evening, Mayor Boyles, City Council, residents. The City of El Segundo strategic planning process was a collaboration between management partners, city leadership, staff, and the community. The process began on January 24th with the E-Team kickoff meeting and concluded on April 12th with the City Council strategic planning workshop. The community and staff were encouraged to attend and participate in the Open City Council strategic planning session. During this session, City Council and staff discussed changes to the goals and objectives that need to be revised or new ones added to the plan. The City Council also discussed the Council's priorities for the next year. The analysis was used to help update the strategic plan document itself, as well as the associated work plan. Based on decisions at these planning sessions, the goals, objectives, and activities were either confirmed or updated and incorporated into the strategic planning document. The strategic plan is, like City Manager George said, a roadmap and a guide to the work of the City of El Segundo for the 4-year period for fiscal year 2022-2023 through fiscal year 2025-2026. The plan articulates the vision, mission, and values of the city and establishes a set of goals, priorities, and strategies for the future. The plan will be reviewed annually and updated periodically as we accomplish our priorities. So as you can see with our mission statement, there was no change. And I'll go through these fairly quickly. If you have any questions, let me know and I'll slow down for you. With our vision, there was no change as well. And then this is our existing values as they stand. And these are our new values in italics. So El Segundo's values define how we service and manage our city. We practice service, ethics, and collaboration. In terms of our culture, the only change from our culture from last year to this year is we changed engage the community to engaging the community, but everything else within our culture stays the same. And this is our current list of top 10 priorities. I'm not going to go through and read all these because I'm sure everyone's pretty familiar with them. And these are our new priorities.
I just want to back up, Mr. Bates. Can you go back to the top 10? Oh, okay, go to the new one, please, sorry. One of the observations I had, just a quick question, is that we've been talking about metrics for 6 years since I've been on council, measurable outcomes for everything that we do as an activity in the city. And we have, I know it's in our, it's somewhat, I wouldn't call it buried, but under goal 3, promote a quality workforce through teamwork and organizational efficiency, we have item E, review and update key performance indicators, KPIs, to ensure they can be tracked with data and the results used to make improvement decisions. But I don't see that as a priority. So help me understand the difference between a strategy and a priority as it relates to what we're going to be focused on in the near future.
So the priorities that we're focused on was what came out of the City Council, the strategic planning session in April. So we took each one of these and got them directly from there.
So if it's a strategy, there's about, I don't know how many strategies there are, call it 60, 70. The 10 priorities are the 10 or so, 10 of the 60 or 70 strategies that we're focusing on first.
Those are the top 10.
Or the 13? Okay.
Correct. Those are the top 10 priorities chosen by council.
Okay, I probably will make a plea to my colleagues to come back to this KPI one in a moment, but okay, thank you. Please continue.
And just to also, if you recall, when we were going through the workshop, you had an opportunity to put little dots on those priorities that were the most important to you. So we really, these 10 were all of those priorities that had at least 3 dots beside them.
Yeah, the top 10 council priorities.
And then just for clarification, you were able to, in this document, prioritize the items depending on how many dots. So that the top higher priorities were at the top versus.
Yes, we were able to do that.
Right. Okay, so our new priorities are: 1, enhance our proactive community engagement program to educate and inform the public about city services, programs, and issues. 2, conduct an analysis to include a response coverage study to determine the best and most cost-effective model for the fire department. 3, address quality of life issues pertaining to homeless, graffiti, noise, and other concerns. 4, determine optimal staffing levels required to deliver unparalleled city services and ensure council policies are fully implemented. 5, identify parking solutions throughout the community. 6, implement the capital improvement plan for parks, recreation, city facilities, library, and Park Vista Senior Living Facility. 7, encourage progress in the development of Smoky Hollow Business Zone. 8, conduct a long-term financial analysis to identify ways to maximize and enhance fiscal sustainability of a variety of sources to support city services. 9, identify opportunities for new revenues, enhancement of existing revenues, and exploration of potential funding, options to support unfunded capital improvements and deferred maintenance to address the aging infrastructure throughout the city. And 10, develop a robust approach to connecting businesses to each other and conducting proactive outreach to grow our business community. So El Segundo's 5 broad goals include a list of implementation strategies. Strategies were either continued from the previous strategic plan or newly added. The newly added strategies are identified below as well. So within our 5 broad goals, goal number 1 was changed a little bit. It was existing in the original goal was enhance customer service, engagement, and communication, embrace diversity, equity, and inclusion. And the new broad goal is enhance customer service, diversity, equity, inclusion, and communication. And you would see the new strategies below. And I'll just let you take a look at the strategies because with some of these are very lengthy, so I won't go through them all. Goal number 2, there were no changes, support community safety and preparedness. And as you see, those are the strategies below. Give you a moment to look at those. All right. And next up, develop as a choice employer and workforce. That was our previous strategy or our previous broad goal. Now our new broad goal is promote a quality workforce through teamwork and organizational efficiencies. And you'll see the new strategies below. As you see, the first one is about KPI.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. That is what I was looking for. Thanks. Yeah, that it's in there. I just was noting it's not a priority. That's all.
So now there's strategies associated with the priority. All right.
But for the record, in the plan, it states it as a new strategic plan item. It's not a new item. It's been on the strategic plan at least 3 or 4 years.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll change that.
Thank you.
All right, and next up, develop and maintain quality infrastructure and technology. And you'll see the strategies below.
Can you remind us, I don't know if I know Mr. Allen's not here, on the general plan, I can't remember if we talked about the specifics of the money required for the general plan. Do we have dollars set aside for that general plan to start that process? I know it's very expensive. Oh, he's on Zoom? Maybe we can turn to Mr. Allen.
Good evening, Mayor. I heard the second half of the question.
Yeah, I was just wondering I don't remember if we talked about this during the strategic planning workshop. I know general plans can be very expensive undertakings. Do we have the money set aside for that process?
We do have money set aside. I don't know the balance off the top of my head. We certainly do not have enough to fund a comprehensive general plan update. We've used a fair amount for updates to, things like the downtown specific plan or Smoky Hollow specific plan. So we would need to continue to contribute towards that. The funds are generated through a surcharge that's charged to constituents at the counter. So we would need to wait until we encumber enough funding to do a comprehensive update.
Okay, but I guess we could make enough progress to not be in trouble with whatever the governing board is at the state level. Is that what we're saying?
We're not in any trouble. The general plan simply just needs to be updated at our will, with the exception of the housing element, which has state legislation tied to when we're required to update it. The rest of it is just, the older it gets, the more outdated it gets, and we have elements that are 20 to 30 years old, and so in due time we should update them either incrementally or entirely if we're able to accumulate enough funding supported through the surcharge.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bates.
All right. And next up, we have champion economic development and fiscal sustainability. And you'll see the strategies below.
One more note, Mr. Bates.
Yes.
The private-public partnership, the incubator, that's not a new idea either. That was discussed and voted on previous council. Yeah, it was. So if we could note that, please. I just want to make sure that ideas that we've been talking about for some time are acknowledged in the report, in the plan. Thank you.
So we ask today for you to approve the City of El Segundo fiscal year 2022 through 2026 strategic plan, and alternatively discuss and take other action related to this item.
Looks great, just with those two caveats, those two changes, minor. Really good job on this, and it was a lot of information. And it's a great roadmap for not just city staff and council, also our constituents. If we can share this. If there's a way to share bites of this, Mrs. Voss, when we think about our Net Promoter Score results and some of the things that we could do better on in terms of communication, there's a way to distill some of this down. I know we're doing it for the state of the city, but that's just a subset of the population. Just something to think about. There's a lot there.
Yeah, so I was thinking that we would do, I'm sorry, Councilmember.
No, you finish.
When we did the strategic plan, I think we did a kind of a one-page snapshot summary so that if people wanted to look at the entire thing, they could, or they could just look at the top goals and some key priorities. We will be sending out this plan, if approved, tomorrow via Gov delivery to the community, and then also put it on our website.
Oh, great.
Just as a first step.
Have we done that before?
I
don't remember us doing that in the past. Anyway, it's good.
It's been on our website.
Okay,
but
that's
not-
great that we're pushing it out there.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, any other? Yeah.
So did you build this in InDesign?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, I think thanks to some members of the city manager staff, I think they were able to pull this together. But I think I'm excited that you can really take the content and then summarize it up and create different components of it so that it can be used for different purposes.
Yes.
I think that's really good.
So I wanted to acknowledge, as you mentioned, Angelo.
Angelo, that's what I was- yeah.
Is very good at design.
Yeah, and I think it helped because the system, or not the system, the tool that they were using before was very clunky, and they
Right.
weren't able, because remember at our strategic planning meeting, I asked them to prioritize the goals, and they were
top
like, they
priorities.
couldn't do it.
Yes.
And they were able to recreate it and do that, so that's why I asked that question, but thanks to Mashia and I think Angelo.
Yeah, he reworked it and he put it in InDesign, and now we have the flexibility of, we can change, like those two check marks of existing or new strategy, we can change that easily in the morning. And we can also use that template and create other designs with it, such as
So
a
now
summary.
it's in-house.
Right.
So
Yes.
they can have more flexibility, so they don't have to outsource the changes, so I think that's a really good thing.
Excellent. All right, do we have a motion to adopt the 2022-2026 strategic plan?
So moved.
Thank you, sir.
Persick, second?
Excellent. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. As the mayor,
Aye.
thank you. I was just about to ask for you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. 4-0. Councilman Nichol had to leave due to an emergency. We wish him the best right now. Item 15, update on the city's homeless outreach program. Thank you, Mr. Bates. Thank you, Mrs. Voss.
Yes, Mayor, we do have a presentation on this item, and our police chief, Bermudez, will start the item off and introduce the speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. In 2018, the city developed a comprehensive plan to address homelessness in the city, specifically at the police department. We have dedicated 2 officers and 1 sergeant to our community liaison officer unit. They work to address quality of life issues, including homelessness. The sergeant of the team, Sergeant Alex Levitt, will provide City Council a presentation outlining the numerous organizations we work with, as well as the daily outreach that our officers do every day to help the homeless population in the city. So, Alex? Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Alex Levitt. I'm a sergeant with the El Segundo Police Department. I've been employed by the city for 15 years. My current assignment is I'm the sergeant in charge of the Community Engagement Division. I have many responsibilities for the Community Engagement Division, one of which is to supervise two of our community lead officers, or CLOs, Officer Fix Hilton and Officer Kushner. One of their primary duties, amongst other responsibilities they have, is to address quality of life issues, including the homeless. Homelessness is a high priority issue in our city, and I would like to share with you the ways we are addressing it. It is my hope that this information would demonstrate to you and everyone watching that we take this problem very seriously, not only with our words, but our actions as well. As a department, we take a multi-pronged approach to homelessness. Our approach includes developing community partnerships, offering mental health services, and then taking legal enforcement action. One of the community partnerships that we work with is Los Angeles Homeless Service Authority, or LAHSA. LAHSA is able to provide services including housing, transportation to shelters, facilitating veterans getting VA benefits, helping homeless obtain identifications, social security cards, and other necessities. A representative from LAHSA works with one of our officers, and almost every Wednesday comes out and we contact as many transients as we can find together and offer them any sort of resources that they may accept. Another community partnership we have is a group called Harbor Interfaith. Harbor Interfaith provides access to additional shelters, services. It's just another organization we have to work with. We work closely with one employee from their organization who's kind of available on an on-call basis. So anytime we have someone who needs services, we can follow up with them on a fairly prompt basis. We also have about 20 organizations through the Los Angeles area that provide free groceries, over a dozen places that we work with that offer free meals throughout the week. We have facilities that offer showers, clothing, laundry, and also inpatient substance abuse programs. Since 2019, with the help of our community partners, we've been able to transport over 70 individuals experiencing homelessness to various shelters. And between January and March of this year, we've been able to provide permanent housing for 8 people experiencing homelessness with the help of our community partners. We also focus on the homeless problem by working with a LA County mental health clinician. She works throughout the week in the South Bay, and on Thursday, she rides along in a police car with an El Segundo officer. Even when she is not working in El Segundo, we call the Met car, is available throughout the South Bay and still gives us access to mental health care. So the mental health clinician is a highly trained person to deal with people experiencing mental health issues and people who are in crisis. So she does not focus solely on the homeless. However, almost all of the homeless we contact are suffering from some sort of mental health illness in some way. With the help of our clinician, we are able to help many homeless people who are also dealing with mental illness access appropriate care, and we can also offer them homeless services at the same time. While our primary focus is offering services to the homeless, another part of our approach is through legal enforcement. An important thing to remember that homelessness is not a crime, but I'll touch on that a little bit more later. And while homelessness is not a crime, there are crimes that are committed by homeless people. And our goal is to enforce the law fairly while treating all people with dignity and respect, regardless of if they're homeless or not. One example of this enforcement is our anti-camping municipal code at the beach. Per the El Segundo Municipal Code, overnight camping is prohibited at the beach. And we do beach checks at least once a week, usually more, and we advise anyone camping on the beach of the ordinance, regardless of if they are homeless or not. Most people cooperate with us when we advise them, and they decide not to camp there, but they move to another area that's not in our jurisdiction. We recently cited one person for overnight camping. He has since moved, and we continue to remain vigilant and enforce any sort of anti-camping laws in the future. Speaking of the beach, I know it's been a topic of concern recently for members of the community. One important detail to note is the different jurisdictional boundaries of our beach. So if you were to take Grand Avenue and imagine like an imaginary line that goes straight through the sand out to the water, basically it's pretty much once you go to the end of Grand Avenue out into the ocean, that's where our jurisdictional line ends. So everything south of that is El Segundo. Everything north of that is the city of Los Angeles. And then our border goes from that imaginary line about Grand Avenue south to around 45th Street and Manhattan Beach. Anything north of there, which includes the Dockweiler Youth Center, where a lot of the tents have been popping up, as well as north of there at Dockweiler Beach is the City of Los Angeles, and we're unable to enforce any El Segundo municipal codes in the City of Los Angeles. We have been in contact with LAPD officers who are responsible for the homeless in the area, and they've been very informative and helpful. However, their overall strategy as far as addressing the issue on the beach is guided by the City of Los Angeles. I'm also aware of the recent attention the homeless issue has on several community social media groups. Because we don't monitor those pages very closely, I would like to provide anyone listening with the best way to contact us if there is any issue regarding the homeless or any other issue. Obviously, if it's an emergency, dial 911. If it's not an emergency, but something that requires immediate response from an officer, call our dispatch number at 310-524-2760. And then if it's something that is not an emergency, does not require an immediate response, or is more of like a kind of a long-term, like ongoing, maybe a quality of life issue, or like a problem that's kind of existing, has existed for a while, you can always feel free to call me at 310-524-2295, and I'd be happy to speak with you about that. I'd like to touch on an idea I mentioned earlier, and that homelessness is not a crime. Homeless people have all of the same rights that you and I enjoy, and this brings up the biggest barrier in helping the homeless, that they have the right to refuse services, even though we're still going to keep offering, and we're going to still keep trying. We're not going to give up. We have the resources, we have the shelters, we have a pathway to permanent housing, we have groceries, meals, showers, laundry, mental health services, and substance abuse programs. What we often lack is the consent from the person that we are offering the services to. I say all of this because I have often been in a situation where a citizen has been disheartened when we go contact a homeless person and we don't just take them to a shelter or give them services when they don't want them, and when they don't want to go to a shelter. And I don't blame anyone for feeling that way. Behind every homeless person is a family, a story, a person, and a human being whose life and whose quality of life we want to improve. But we can't impose our will on someone who doesn't want the help. All we can do is reinforce that the offer is always there. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to all of you. I'd like to say I'm honored to serve the citizens of this community, and I'm very proud of the work that we do on a daily basis, specifically with how we address the homeless issue. It's a very complex problem that's always evolving, one that comes with its own challenges, but also its own successes. And we're always willing to try new strategies, partner with more people from the community, and do anything we can to help those in need. Thank you very much for your time again, and I want to see if there are any questions.
I had a quick one, Sergeant. What's the phone number for the less urgent? I got the emergency. It's 310-524-2760 for dispatch. You said 310-524 to contact you for less urgent matters. What are the last four on that phone number?
2295. So it's 310-524-2295, and that goes to my desk.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I have a couple things. So I know recently LAX were moving some of their homeless people out, and we found them in our area. And I know I'm sure you guys are having discussions with LAX about moving homeless along into our neighborhood. I just wanted, because I know there was a period of time over a couple days where there was an influx, especially with a lot of homeless with a lot of stuff coming down Mariposa and ending up at Imperial. So is there, obviously you're working with the with LAX police to ensure that doesn't happen again? And then my second question, that was more of a statement. The second question is, I know the LA City Council had passed an ordinance not long ago about homelessness around schools. Is that something we also would like to look at, and allowing homelessness to camp in a certain proximity around schools?
I can weigh in on the second one a little bit, but go ahead.
Yeah, so to address your first question, ma'am, we did get that information, and we did follow up with LAX. So what they did was we did find out that they pushed them out, and Some of our residents noticed that. We noticed it. In fact, our community liaison officers, they noticed it right away. They noticed new faces in the community. So we contacted them. As far as we know, within days, they were back in LAX property. And we are reaching out to LAX to at least notify us if they're going to make some kind of an effort to push the homeless out of their jurisdiction. And the second one, I'll let Mark weigh in on that.
The city of LA has taken a number of actions, and I'll go back and review. They passed an ordinance that gave the council the right to declare certain areas were going to not, they were going to be homeless free, if you will. They weren't going to allow homeless people in certain areas, but they didn't actually, to my knowledge, take the next step of designating any areas, because it raises some legal issues about just designating areas where they can be and not be. And so I'll take a look and see what they've done.
I thought I read something about it just recently, like within the last month and a half.
I'll double check. I mean, sometimes what the press says and what is actually in the, the details is different. And I think that the city of LA it was a little odd that they passed this ordinance that didn't actually do anything, but it sounded like it would. So but I will double check. But there are a lot of restrictions on, or it's difficult for us the city to pass laws saying you can't have homeless people in certain areas. But I will look at that. It's a very difficult area of the law because it's not unlawful to be homeless, and the activity, depending on what they're doing, if they're just sitting on a sidewalk or sitting in a park, because they may look different than somebody that's not homeless, but other people are doing the same things, that's where you run into problems. Now, if they're blocking a complete sidewalk with their belongings and those kind of things, then that's something that you could potentially do something about. But there are a lot of issues, but I will look into what you've said and we'll get back to the council.
Okay, yeah. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have some comments or questions?
I had a question. Did we used to have 3 officers and a sergeant assigned to this, Sergeant Levitt?
I don't think we ever have.
No, we always had two community liaison officers and then a sergeant. Officer Lemus was one of them at one time. I'd like to have 3, but we have 2.
And my second question is, what's the access to the Redondo homeless courts? Is that something that we can subscribe to, or is that only for elements in the jurisdiction of Redondo?
So that was brought up to the DA's office when we met with them a couple months ago. The mayor and me and the city manager and a couple other people were there. And and you were there. And I know that so we fall under the LAX court jurisdiction. Redondo falls under the South Bay court jurisdiction. And so the problem with having a homeless court is we would have to set up our own as opposed to joining Redondo's. And so that brings its own set of challenges, and one that I really don't recommend, only because it brings in homeless people from outside of the area to go to the homeless court. And so that's the problem that I see developing if we were to have a homeless court here in El Segundo.
Correct me if I'm wrong though, Chief, but isn't the homeless court just sort of a slightly more formalized method of what you're already doing? That is, it's not like they don't actually like render a determination this is what's going to happen to you. It's a methodology to provide them services and try to.
I beg to differ a little bit. I saw it in person, and not only do they have a judge or an arbiter or somebody actually helping clear people's records to get them to a path for employment and to be eligible for housing, they also have wraparound services. So they had all these government agency representation there where people would meet with them, like, did you go do you're supposed to go get your driver's license? Did you get your driver's license? Okay, now we're going to put you in front of the judge. It was a pretty comprehensive process. I believe what we heard is, to your point, Chief, that, because it was one of the things I was going to ask too, I think it's a good program. I do have some concerns about implementing it here in town. I think we also heard that wouldn't Santa Monica share the same court system, or no?
Santa Monica does go to LAX, and
So we'd be essentially casting this broad net of people, bringing people, and having run businesses in Santa Monica in the 90s, I mean, they are the epicenter, I hate to say it, for homelessness, but they've always been a draw for that community. And so I have similar concerns about bringing, I think there's a lot of merit to the homeless court. I have concerns about doing it here.
Yeah, potentially that's a big problem. And one thing I wanted Sergeant Levitt to really emphasize is we have the services available to provide the homeless population in our city. We go out, these guys go out, and they know every homeless person in our city. They know them by name. They know their situation. When I get emails, when I get phone calls and texts, a lot of times the first thing I'll do is call them and say, hey, can you go check this person out? Oh yeah, we already contacted them yesterday. We're gonna go out there next week. So we don't ignore the problem. We're out there, we're contacting them. The big challenge for us is getting the people to say, yes, I want the service. And so like they tell me, we could do it 20 times. They could say no the 21st time, they'll say yes. So it's just a matter of us continuing to go out there to pester them and tell them, hey, we've got these services, you can't be out here. Whether it's the weather, whether it's traffic, whatever it is, encourage them to take the services, and eventually they'll take it. We hope that they will, or they leave. And so we had a very challenging case out on Sepulveda or PCH and Sycamore, Crystal, and she took a while for us to get through to her. And
Is she the one that would go to Vegas every time she got a check? Oh, that's different.
No.
Sorry,
No.
okay.
so she eventually took our services, and we found housing for her. And I don't know if she's still there, but it was a challenging case. And so our hope is that eventually they'll take us up on the offer.
Chief, I know a lot of the focus is on unsheltered homelessness. I think that people in the community also have concerns about some of the county initiatives on Project Room Key and the impacts we have for sheltering in our community. It's some of the hotels and motels. How do we address that? Do we address that within the community liaison program, or do we address that with normal policing if we see incidents around hotels where we suspect people are being housed who still require services, but they may not be receiving them while they're temporarily housed?
Yeah, so we did look into that. We did find out that as far as we know, there are no hotels that are part of the Room Key program. However, there was one that was taking in unsheltered veterans, and that was, I think, on a temporary basis, and it did create a lot of calls for us. And so we went out, contacted the hotel, and let them know our concerns, and then it was a temporary issue. They said, okay, we're not going to do it anymore. We're lucky enough to have officers that are very proactive, and when there is something going on at a hotel, for the most part, we're going to find out about it before the residents let us know. Sometimes we don't know about it, but for the most part, our guys are pretty good about knowing, okay, that hotel, we're getting a bunch of calls, something's up, let's go talk to the manager. And so we'll find things out, and we did confirm that one of them was taking government subsidies for veterans, and that came to an end, as I think.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've just found out that the LAX motel there on Aviation, not on our side,
Yeah.
on the unincorporated side, was purchased to be a homeless shelter. So it's just definitely something we have to pay attention to, and just make sure that,
Yes, I heard the same thing. I heard that the county took over that building to build permanent
it's
housing.
right off of Imperial.
Has that begun? Because I know we had a pretty serious call for service on Friday night. Is that?
It's right, it could be, it's right off, it's probably maybe a block or two south of Imperial.
Of Imperial.
On Aviation.
Yeah, the city of LA is under a court order to house a certain number of people. The time frame keeps changing, but they were subject to a lawsuit of not housing homeless people, essentially. In response to your question, city manager found the article, and what the city of LA did, and it's always interesting, you have to read really carefully, is they basically have prohibited any tents from being put up within a certain distance of a school, 500 feet of a school. So, because you can't really prevent homeless people from doing something, you have to prevent an activity that maybe homeless people do that you can say is illegal. And in LA, a lot of the sidewalks are much wider than they are in El Segundo. I don't know that around the schools there may be in a couple places where the sidewalk would be wide enough for a tent, but so then that's the question is it worthwhile to have an ordinance that would prohibit tents within 500 feet of a school? You know, that's.
I know Councilor Giroux has a concern, so let's go to him. He's been patient. Thank you.
Actually, not a concern, other than actually great report. Thank you. And one of the reasons why I had asked for this was that I believe that part of the problem in the community is that people don't necessarily understand what the rules are, what can be done, what can't be done, what you're currently doing to address the problem. So I think one of the next steps, if possible, to do on this, and maybe it's something that El Segundo TV can help us out with, is to kind of put together almost like a public service announcement about, first of all, the phone numbers that you can contact, what we do, what we're still doing, what the options are, just so that I think the community can kind of see what it is. And I think that will help, if not alleviate all the concerns, at least create an understanding about what the situation actually is. So I don't know if that's something we can look into, but I think it would be good to put that together, even if it's like a 2-minute video, and be able to put it on the social media or put it on our website so that they'll be able to access it. Because sometimes it's amazing where you see pictures. I'm like, if you had just picked up the phone and called rather than taking the time to take a picture and post it, the situation could be taken care of. So if we can give that avenue, hopefully that'll cut down on some of the questions.
Definitely, yes, thank you. We will work on that.
I have a couple questions too. One, thank you, Councilor Drew. Did we get the homeless count numbers back from the county? I don't know when that was last done, but.
Yeah, I got an email from the county a couple months ago saying that they completed the count, and for whatever reason, they did not want to release the numbers because of I don't know if there was, maybe they found an error in how they calculated it. And in fact, it's on my calendar to check up on it, because I think they were going to release it this month.
Did they release to anyone or just not us?
They didn't release
release any of them. Okay. I haven't heard it come up at COG or anything like that. So are they going to do another one in January then?
That's when they usually do it.
Yeah.
How often do they do them, Alex?
I thought it was January pretty much. Yeah.
January.
And I know that we've had I take an issue with their count, I think, because they count, like, if there's a vehicle at Ralph's that's looks like someone might be living in it, they count that, et cetera. But I'd be really curious to hear how the numbers have changed over time. Do you have a sense, this is really for Sergeant Levitt, I think, but has the composition of people changed, or is it pretty much similar to what it's been in the past?
I mean, as far as the people kind of come and go, some stay, some filter out. But
yeah, just amount of time they're here, incidents of mental illness versus past. Has anything changed, or is it pretty much?
There'll be a normal ebb and flow, but for the most part, it's pretty much the same.
Got it. Okay, well, I have you. There's a green tent right in front of NRG that's on the beach elevation that's been there for about 5 days. I've seen it every time I go surf, so clearly someone's living there. It's probably hard to see when you're on the path, but I think that's probably a homeless person.
Oh, I agree. All right, we'll check it out.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And to my colleagues, if you haven't done it, I would highly suggest a ride along. I did it with Officer Lemus years ago, and we talked about 9 homeless people that day, and it was very informative, and it gave me a new appreciation and compassion for what people are going through out there. So any further, this is a receive and file, right?
Yes.
Did we want to move forward with looking at developing an ordinance similar to LA City?
How about we ask the city manager to consider putting something on the agenda for us to revisit? And I just had a clarifying question on that. When you say tents, Mark, is that any possible domicile, like lean-tos, tarps, tents? Do you know how they did the language?
I'll look at
on
their
that?
definition, but I would assume they, we're tried to capture those kind of things.
Okay.
I mean, and then to my knowledge, they made a big splash about a year ago about we're adopting this ordinance and we're gonna identify certain areas where we're not gonna allow homeless people. But I see the one now around the schools, but to my knowledge, they haven't really done that. But, you know, some of it, I just get, if it has some impact, then it makes sense, but one of the things you have to watch out for too is, and I know the city of LA is very concerned about this because they get sued a lot, is if you adopt one of these and it really isn't going to accomplish anything, you can get sued by these homeless organizations, and they get the large powerful law firms from around the country, and this is one of their pro bono issues, is homelessness. And so it can become a very expensive battle. So it's something that you need to feel strongly is going to be effective and, you know, a tool in the toolbox to deal with the issue. Otherwise, you can find yourself in very expensive litigation over something that may not be of great value.
It might be worth looking at Sacramento too. I don't know what they've done, but having going up there a lot, I can tell you there's a park right in front of, right a block from the Capitol. I forget the name of the park. Used to be full of homeless people, and it's changed. So I don't know if
they moved them into some housing.
Okay, so they just provided facilities. Okay.
But I'm always reading about it and trying to stay on top of it. It's a very difficult issue, and and again, after the City of Boise case came out, the PD cannot force people to go into housing. It has to be voluntary unless there's certain metrics or certain things that are met that are very difficult to meet. So it's an ongoing challenge.
Does it make sense to just provide the public a little bit of information about what qualifies for a 72-hour psychological evaluation? Because that is one of the opportunities that we have, right?
Yeah, so the 5150 evaluation, when we go out and we contact someone who is homeless and they're unable to care for themselves, or I think the elements are a danger to themselves, or unable to. There's I think 3 or 4 different. We do have the authority to detain that person. It's not an arrest. We detain them and we take them to a medical facility. The problem with that is that it's a 72-hour hold, but once we drop them off, we've heard of them being released in a matter of hours. And so they're right back either in the city, or we're just basically relocating them to wherever the medical center is. And it's not really what it's supposed to do. It's not there to provide, the 72-hour evaluation and then the person gets the help that they need to. That's why we have our mental health professional with us. And if it is a true 5150, they go with us. And there's a lot more weight to having that person with us and checking that person into the hospital.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Staff's going to come back with some ideas for us to consider in the future. Thank you very much for your time.
Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. City Clerk, any reports this evening?
No, thank you.
Thank you. We heard from the City Treasurer. Councilmember Giroux.
Nothing from me this evening.
Thank you. Councilmember Nickel had to leave. Councilmember Perstuck.
Couple events coming up. We got the Oktoberfest on next Saturday, and the following Saturday we have the Richmond Richmond Street Fair on Main Street. So it's actually been nice to see everybody out and about in town, and we had a great art walk thanks to Arts and Culture. Arts and Culture Committee did a great job. I think was it the biggest crowd they've ever had? Do we know? Yeah, and I would like, now that it's over, I would like to see some of the accounting, because I know we have, we subsidize that at a pretty hefty price, and we had always talked about that art walk becoming independent. So I would like to just kind of see a recap of that, just so we can gauge for next year.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Pittman.
Nothing to report.
Couple quick things. We had a grand opening for Dipped Ice Cream, a little belated, but welcome to the community. And L'Oreal had a ribbon cutting there. Really happy they decided to make this their West Coast headquarters.
and met with some city council members from Torrance today, sharing ideas about all things related to refinery issues and public safety, et cetera. State of the city, quick thing on that, September 14th, it's at Pacific Coast Towers. We had a couple residents ask, why are we charging for this? And why can't we go? And the answer is the city doesn't charge, the chamber charges for this event. It's a major fundraising event for the Chamber of Commerce. The city is involved, of course, all of us will be there. And the residents, anyone can view it for free, correct, Barbara Boss?
Yes, sir. It'll be recorded and it'll be available on our El Segundo Media YouTube channel and the website.
That'll be available online after the event. And if you really want to go and you don't want to put up the $75, contact us and we may be able to find a way to get you there. That's all I have. City Attorney.
Yes, Council, I wanted to announce tonight that on August 23rd, there was a jury verdict rendered in the matter of Police Officer Scott O'Connor versus the City of El Segundo. Officer O'Connor had sued the city alleging that he had been retaliated against based upon his union activities, and that resulted him in allegedly losing a special assignment of school resource officer. Based upon that, he filed a lawsuit against the city, and in his attorney's closing argument, they asked for $8 million in damages against the city. The jury went out for less than an hour and came back and rendered a unanimous jury verdict for the City of El Segundo. The cost of the defense of that matter, I don't have the final numbers because we haven't received the August bills from the law firm that handled that, but they are probably just in excess of $500,000 of legal fees and costs. The city will be able to recover some of its costs. That will be a cost bill is filed with the court. I don't have that number yet. I'll share it with council when I get that breakdown, but I wanted to report to council that's what occurred. The city was successful. It was expensive, and as you heard during the budget session, unprecedented. I had to ask for $3.5 million in budget for this fiscal year and probably part of next for about, again, $3.5 million to defend. We still have 8 cases remaining coming from the fire and police departments. Thank you.
So just to clear, so how many lawsuits for public safety have we had prior to this time?
Prior to we received 11 in the last approximately 2 years. Prior to that, there was only one lawsuit that I could recall in 25 years.
One lawsuit in 25 years and 9 concurrently. Any chance they're using the same counsel?
All of them but one are represented by the same law firm.
So that's $3.5 million that we can't use for all the necessary capital improvement projects and everything else out of the budget. Okay, just thank you for clarifying that. All right, City Manager.
Only one item, Mayor and Council. I may have forwarded this to you, but City of El Segundo was again a finalist for the most business-friendly city from the Los Angeles Economic Development Corporation. We're one of 5 cities under, I believe, 50,000 population. And the winner, if you will be presented at their Eddie Awards coming in November. So congratulations to council and to the economic development staff and community development staff for all their efforts in getting us to the point where we are considered as one of the most at this point, top 5 most business-friendly cities. And I know the city has won this award in the past also. So
Twice.
Yeah, twice. And last time around, we were a nominee. We just didn't win.
Yeah, we were a finalist.
We were a finalist, yeah, thank you, finalist. All right, that's it, right? We are adjourned, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.